yeah, I don't mind having to keep the laptop rolling just in the event. But this was not heavily publicized because didn't know how well the equipment was going to operate tonight. So we'll see how it goes. We have one viewer tuning in. I was also waiting to see if Nathan was going to show up. He said he might, but just as well. Excuse me. Yeah, the reason I was hoping he would come up because I figured because this is the first post File Fest recording, so I figured we'd do a little bit of that before the main event. If you guys will excuse just 1 second.
It would be nice to have the four of us do a playtest like for season 4. Like when we did season 4 playtest, when it was the four of us doing all those playtest games. So it would be nice if Nathan had been able to attend tonight.
Yeah, and hopefully that will be soon. Because aren't we doing another meeting pretty soon, David?
Another meeting?
Or did we do one? We did one recently, didn't we?
On David's channel, but then Nathan mentioned that we might be doing something. He mentioned that in the admin channel.
Mike wanted to do a File Fest reunion.
Or retrospective, I think.
The
term he was throwing around. And I don't know, why does it seem so dark?
And Nathan wanted to talk about the Discord. He wanted to have
that's what it was. That's what I was thinking of. I'm just going to turn up the brightness on mine because it just seems a little bit dark. Now I'm just like, I'm blinded here. Oh, good times. All right. It's been a little rusty. It's been a few weeks. It's not since before Guillaume went on vacation. Since I last had to worry about this whole setup here pretty much. Okay, so let's get the intro out of the way because we may actually have people tuning in. Oh, which we do actually. We have one viewer already.
Madeline's here.
Our good friend Madeline.
Hey, Madeline.
Thank you for tuning in. Always a pleasure having you here to comment on the proceedings of the game, and of which let's get this recording started. So, gotta get back into my my recording persona. It's not as always easy as it looks. It's not like flipping on a switch. Bloop. Hello, and welcome to another edition of Alien Investigations. As always, I am your host, Steven. Gentlemen, how are we doing this evening? David, peace. You looking well? How are you, my friend?
Living the dream, ready to get back into it. We've been kind of, for all these different reasons, we haven't played any games or anything recently, so it'll be nice to get back into the habit. And this is a great way to get started with this playtesting.
Absolutely, yes. This is the first game post File Fest, actually. So that was quite an event, and yes, it did pull us away from these games for a little while. Some of us, anyway. Those of us that were in attendance. Have returned from Minnesota with plenty of stories to tell, which we can hopefully look forward to a retrospective episode in the near future on Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG, in which a lot of us who were present for it, including myself, Nathan, as I previously mentioned, my cat was not present at this, but he certainly wants to weigh in on this. My God in heaven.
He knows when you're on.
He knows I'm recording. So anyway, are you done? So yes, File Fest.
Oh, he's just getting started.
Quiet.
It's okay. We know cats are the unofficial mascot of all of our channels.
Yes, but at least your cats are quiet. Well, granted, David, yours jumps on the playmat, so that actually is a certain degree more frustrating. But this is all right. I'm trying to do some talking here. Can we be quiet for a little bit? Just a little bit. Just let me get this intro out of the way. Good God, I know, man. Of course, she comes for the cats, as it were. And was that? James just wants his intro. He's like, yes, I've missed the recordings as well. Anyway, do forgive me. My cat did a thorough job of derailing me. So Guillaume, joining us at the early hours over there in France. How are we doing?
Good. I'm looking forward to playtesting this expansion.
Yes. So that is exactly why we're here this particular evening for this particular matchup. We are not doing just a standard game of the X-Files CCG. We are doing another playtest. We haven't done one of those in a while, not since we completed the Season 4 expansion some time ago, which, for anyone who has yet to pick up their copy of the Season 4 expansion, you can reach out to Dax Golding through the Facebook group. He's also part of our Discord community. You can reach out to him, and he can set you up with getting a copy sent directly from the printer to your household, so you can get a chance to try out those awesome cards. And you can also get the 22364 unreleased Scully set expansion from him as well, if you haven't acquired a copy of that yet. So, yes, we are doing another playtest, as I mentioned. We are going to be playtesting yet another expansion. And this one is the brainchild of Mike Perrine of Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG. This expansion is covering the first of 2 feature films for the X-Files series. The Fight the Future film that came out in July of 1998. And Mike has, along with the gracious help of Dax, who you cannot say enough for the work that he does, in conjunction with myself and Matt and a bunch of us in the Discord community who have weighed in on some of the early drafts of these cards, including the 2 gentlemen here with me. We have I believe it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 60 cards. There are a few that are very, very rough. Some of them don't even have a title that we're going to be working with. And we're going to see what, if anything, needs to be revised with these particular cards, what mechanics or what aspects of the effects need to be adjusted in order to make them serviceable cards. And so this is going to be one of the early playtests for this. So there's a lot, undoubtedly, that I suspect that Guillaume and I will uncover in the course of this forthcoming game. And we'll have probably, I would imagine, a number of these playtests in the coming months. David, I'm sure you'll probably host a few of these on your channel, Studio Squim. Nathan, if you're watching, I'm sure we'll maybe see a playtest or 2 on your respective channel, Chasing the Dragon. So yeah, it'll be playtests galore, I hope, in the months to come, so that we can really iron out the kinks in this expansion, so that we can have it available to anyone who is interested in acquiring a copy. So, gentlemen, initial thoughts. I know you guys have reviewed the cards. What do you think of them?
I'm looking forward to tonight's game. There's a few mechanics in there that are fresh, that'll make it interesting, and not having seen the movies since its theatrical release, dating myself a little bit there, but I'm looking forward to seeing these in action. I was just entering these into a spreadsheet earlier today, so hopefully it's a little fresh in my mind here, but it kind of brought back some good memories. I remember that scene. So I'm looking forward to seeing these cards hit the table, and and having a healthy debate on some of the effects and how they affect the overall game, and if they'll integrate well into the existing commercial releases and the fan ones that have been published and are forthcoming. So it's always an interesting process to witness.
Indeed, it is. Well said. What about you, Guillaume? What are your preliminary thoughts on this expansion?
Yeah, well, there are some cards that I'm looking forward to seeing if they are maybe too powerful, and there are some mechanics that I'm looking forward to see if I'm able to pull them off. So there are a few cards that I really want to play tonight. So hopefully they will come up. my deck is 76 cards, and about 70% of that is Fight the Future cards. So I tried as hard as possible to include as many cards from that expansion. A few staple cards from Premiere that you cannot play a game without, but otherwise it's Fight the Future all the way.
Excellent. And I did neglect to mention that Guillaume will be my opponent for this particular matchup. As you previously stated, Guillaume, you have a deck composed of, 76 cards? Is that right?
Yes.
Excellent. That's actually pretty slim, because I do know for a fact that you had asked me prior to this game if you could maybe include a small handful of cards from not only the unreleased Scully expansion, but also we might see a couple of cards from the Season 4 expansion as well, which I'm always flattered to see come up in the course of a game. So I'm actually really impressed that you got it at 76 cards. I, on the other hand, did not use any additional expansions beyond 1013. You have Premiere, some Truth, and some promos in there. And beyond that, I included a lot of Fight the Future cards because, like you, both of you gentlemen, I want to see how well these cards work with the commercial release cards. And yes, at some later point, I hope we'll see some expansions that also take into account the existing expansions, including the Scully set and the Season 4 expansion. So, yes, so that's what we're going to be looking at for this game. I did want to, just because before my cat came in and interrupted me, I did want to acknowledge, especially for the final recording, I do want to acknowledge that this is the first recording on our channel since File Fest, which was earlier in September, and it was quite a blast. And again, we will have a retrospective episode forthcoming from Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG, so stay tuned on the channel for that. It should be a real treat. Gentlemen, I know both of you guys, unfortunately, were not in attendance for that, but you undoubtedly were made aware of a lot of the proceedings that was going on, like who was there, how we performed with the tournament, and there's just a lot of good memories to take away from that. I got quite a few signed cards, of which I've been gradually unveiling them both on my Facebook page as well as my Instagram page. So if you want to see a lot of the signed cards along with other X-Files memorabilia, you can find those on my Instagram, Alien Investigations _ X-Files CCG. But yes, also stay tuned for maybe some upcoming giveaways, because when I say I got a lot of signed cards, I got a lot of signed cards, sometimes in duplicate, sometimes in triplicate. And in the case of my Detective Manners cards, I took every single Detective Manners card and I got every single one of them signed by actor Larry Muster. And I pretty much got all, I didn't get all my Langley's signed by Dean Haglund, but I brought back quite a few signed Langley's, amongst other cards that be hoping to give away.
Aren't you giving away the pewter?
I'm sorry, Guillaume, what was that?
Aren't you giving away your pewter?
Oh, am I giving away the pewter? Oh.
Yeah, what is that down there in the corner over there? I see you keep kind of grabbing it a little bit. Maybe you're itching.
No, I think David, David's like you're rubbing your eyes like, Steven, there's something that keeps like glaring. It's blinding. What is that?
So bright there in the lower right corner of your screen.
Oh gosh, yeah. How could I possibly forget? This is certainly one of, if not maybe for me anyway, the biggest highlight of File Fest is that, yes, I did bring home a very, very rare copy of the prototype for the Agent Fox Mulder pewter, of which there are only 5 of these, so I cannot underscore the rarity of these. And anyone who knows the game is very much familiar with the lore behind these prototypes, of which were never made available, and there are so very few out there. And it is, I cannot emphasize this enough, this is a serious honor to hold. And Mike, if you're watching this recording, I, sir, thank you from the bottom of my heart for entrusting this with me under those conditions that we had previously talked about. And gentlemen, if I may indulge you a little bit more, and I appreciate you for bringing this up, I do want you guys to be, I do want to share something with you guys. And hopefully I can pull it up on the, hopefully I can do this because I have not done a whole lot of sharing on this, but this did not come as a total shock to me. I know some of you guys maybe saw the knighting video, but this was not entirely out of this was not entirely like out of left field. In fact, back in February of this year was when I first became aware that Mike had plans to pass it along to someone he felt was, deserving of it. And because, again, Mike, I cannot thank you enough. I do want to share that moment with you guys. And now I'm going to see if I can do this. Guillaume, I might need you to help talk me through the sharing aspect of this. So present.
You click on present down there at the bottom.
It's a video file. So let me see if I can do this.
Present, and then you get share file, share screen, and then you can share.
I'm going to tell you something right now, Stephen, that's I did not anticipate telling you right now, but it's going to kind of mess with your head a little bit.
Go for it.
This particular pewter, if such a time as Matt and I do not continue on with the channel or we retire from the channel, this pewter will be coming to you.
You, my friend, have definitely blown my mind. Honestly, I'm honored, but I gotta ask. I mean, part of me is like, I've always, I mean, the dark part. The part of me that's entertained owning one, to be in that rare club of few people that own one, I honestly don't feel I've earned it.
we have not had a fan, and this channel, your channel, and the Facebook group has not had anyone that has been as devoted as you have been to this game. And for the sake of the memory of the game, should it come to it, this will come to you for that reason. And you need to understand that. You need to know that, because I know that I could probably piss off a lot of people and sell this for a lot of money. And that's not what it's for. That's not the memory of what this is about. So when it is time, this comes to you.
Wow. I can't even begin to express how grateful I am to hear that. Not only to, be heralded as your number one groupie on the channel, but I mean, I won't even question that, because I mean, I've loved this game since the moment I laid eyes on it. It was just unfortunate. I've never had a mat in my neck of the woods that I could entice to throw down with me in this game. So it just wound up being many years would go by where I'd be like Dax, where I was just collecting because I love the cards. I love to look at them. I've looked at other CCG cards, and holy crap, those cards they're nice, but these cards, there's something about them. They sing to me.
Yep.
I look at them. I mean, they're just the way the design, how all the graphics and text mixed together to make these cards. And yeah, it's just a beautiful game, and the mechanics, and wow. Sorry, I'm like rambling on here, but I can't thank you.
It's fine, man.
Dude, I am so flattered. That is a lovely, lovely piece of X-Files CCG lore. And like I said, there are very, very few people in this world who will ever not only have a chance to hold one like you are now, but certainly very, very few that are even going to have the chance to, even possess one, even for a short time. So,
well, I'm telling you right now, you heard it here first.
I know it's only a piece of alloy, but let me tell you this.
I'm bringing this to Minnesota.
Oh, but
and and so, gentlemen, that is some deleted footage from episode 21 on my channel that Mike and I talked about not showing to anyone until after File Fest, and so I've been holding on to that footage since February, and not to mention holding on to the fact that this was going to happen at File Fest. But I did want you guys to see exactly how that conversation went down behind the scenes, so that yes, those of you watching can know that yes, this was a very very much not a planned surprise, but it was very much a welcome one. So again, Mike, gosh, I cannot thank you enough for this. And so I will, of course, hold it with the highest honor and respect. And it will be, of course, available for people to gaze upon in upcoming videos. So yes, it is certainly a privilege to own one. So again, Michael, I want to thank you for that. And so, gentlemen, go ahead, David.
I'm just surprised that you're touching it with your bare hands. What are you guys doing? You know, you should have like white gloves. You don't want like human oils and skin particles and stuff contaminating it. You should keep it in like an Erlenmeyer flask or something.
I suppose I should probably refrain from spit shining it in the future too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, maybe I can get. What's that, Guillaume?
What's the back of the card like? Is it blank or is there something?
Actually, there's a bit. It's a bit textured, and unfortunately, you're not going to be able to see it from. Well, no, maybe you can. Hold it right up to the camera, and right in the low corner, if I can turn this just right, there is a word printed on there, and I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but
I see that there is something there, but pewter, right?
Yeah, you can't read it.
It says pewter. So, yeah, whether that is present on some of the other ones, I do not know. David May did have his at File Fest as well. I didn't get a chance to see his because his wasn't on the display case like this one was throughout the weekend. But yes, it was kind of cool that there were two Mulder pewters in close proximity, which you know that hasn't happened in quite a long time. So while File Fest was certainly a 30-year anniversary for the TV series, it also kind of served as sort of a reunion / anniversary for this game, which has been around for almost nearly as long. And so it was a chance for us to hold a tournament for the game for the first time in quite a few years. And it was really fun. We didn't have as many. We didn't have a huge turnout. We were positioned quite far away from the rest of the convention and the Mall of America. If anyone has been there, knows how far that is. I think we were about 2/3 of a mile, I think, or not 2/3, a third of a mile from where the rest of the convention was. And so, yeah, we were pretty hard to find. So, yeah, it didn't surprise me, but we still had a decent showing, and we did have a lot of people walk away with not only a lot of prizes and cards and hopefully a lot of memories, and hopefully we made a few more fans of the game during that weekend. We did give away a lot of merch, and so hopefully we'll have some new players crop up post File Fest that we can see in future episodes on this channel as well as other channels. So gentlemen, I think go ahead, David.
If I could carry that for just another minute. The Mulder pewter, we're aware of two. Where are the Scully Mulders or the Scully pewters?
That is a great question. This is. I'm not going to get into too much detail about this because this was a conversation that Mike and I had with David May over the weekend in Minnesota. We know, obviously, from an early episode of Matt and Mike's X-Files CCG that Kevin Marion is in possession of one of the two Scullys, which was given to him by Dave Frank. So that is the whereabouts of that is the known whereabouts of one of the two Scully pewters. David May does know who is in possession of the second one, but that person does wish to remain anonymous, and David May would not reveal their identity to Mike and I, despite quite a bit of prodding on a shuttle ride back to the hotel on one of the evenings. We tried our best, and we can only say he would only tell us that it is a former employee who was there at the time that the game was in production. But despite our many guesses, he would not say one way or the other who it was. So we do not know who has the second Scully pewter, but hopefully it is being cherished just as much as it is by those of us, that appreciate it to this day. But great question, David. Gentlemen, do you have anything else before we get this game started?
Nope, ready to go.
Excellent. So, David, you're going to be acting as our judge for any of the questionable mechanics that arise in the course of this game, of which this is a playtest game, so it could very well be the case. And, of course, you're also here to help us maybe wrap our heads around the intent on some of these cards, because these are not these are not entirely familiar cards with us. We have reviewed them, but we have not used them in the course of the game, so it's a different outlook, a different perspective that we're applying to these cards in the course of the game. So you'll be here to help us work out some of the minutia with these cards, and then help us maybe to conceive of what, if anything, we can do to make this card a bit more serviceable. So I'm going to first, I'm going to do, before I send you to the back, actually, I'm going to go ahead and reveal my team of agents, we can get your feedback, and then I'm going to have Guillaume reveal his team of agents as well. So, without further ado, Guillaume, do get your cards ready to pull, because I know you like to pull the agents that I'm going to be using, so you can review their skills in the course of this game. But do take note. We have joining my team, or we do have, for this particular matchup, Agent Fox Mulder. And joining Agent Fox Mulder is Section Chief Scott Blevins. We also have Albert Hostein. In addition to that, we have one of the Fight the Future expansion agents, Assistant Director Jana Cassidy. And last but not least, say it with me, gentlemen.
Detective Manners.
Oh, please no.
Oh, what? Oh, you guys thought it was Detective Manners? Oh, no. Fire Captain Miles Coolez. Yeah, no Manners. No Manners. Sorry, you guys thought I was going to bring Manners to this? No, you guys don't know me well enough.
There was only one token on the card, so I thought no. But then when you say, okay, say it with me, I was like, oh my god, it is Manners.
Maybe he just forgot to add a token on there. I was just messing with you guys. Come on. I don't bring Manners to every fight, although I do have so many signed Manners cards right now. Maybe I should. Excuse me.
Yeah, I figured if anything, it's just a chance to showcase your tawdry wares from File Fest there.
Oh, there'll be plenty of forthcoming episodes to do that. So yeah, I'm sure I'll be using a lot of those signed cards in forthcoming games. So what do you guys think of this team?
Well, we do have one agent in common.
Oh, we do have one. Oh, I'm hoping it's one of the Fight the Future agents, considering these are the ones that we're here to see in action. I do want to point out that I rarely ever use Blevins in a matchup. I think you can go back to all of the previous games on this channel, and I think you'd be hard pressed to see beyond the sealed deck games. I think you'll be hard pressed to find me using Blevins in a team that I designed. But this would be a first, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Prove me wrong, anyone. Anyway, so any other comments on my chosen team, David?
I know that I wonder if Captain Miles was included only because you only had a spot for 2 RP agents, or if you have planned to include the vending machine bomb to attach it to him.
I can't deny that vending machine bomb isn't in this deck. But I won't. But let's not rule out Captain Miles Coolez altogether. He does actually provide a little bit of alien investigation skill, of which this is a fairly heavy alien investigation themed team and deck that we have working with us. And because he's got a neat effect of placing, he's got a neat effect of removing a token to search through your bureau deck to get any one keyword healing card which, given some of the formidable adversaries that I'm likely to face, especially if Guillaume's using ones from the Fight the Future expansion, I may very well need a healing card. So I wouldn't be so quick to blow up Miles Kulas right away. Maybe after I get the healing card that I need. We can't rule it out after that. But anyway, let me turn my screen away and bring in Guillaume's so then he can introduce us to his team. Just bear with me here.
We need the big reveal. Does he have his new playmat? Yes,
he does.
Yes. That's what I was waiting for.
Very good. Very good, Guillaume. That is a lovely playmat. And actually, let me see if I can bring this up onto the screen so people can see it. Wrong one. How do I do this? Move from stage. I don't think that did it. Did it work?
Yes.
Yeah, it's nice and big on the screen there.
Excellent. That was not. I don't know what I did there, but I'm glad I'm finally figuring out how StreamYard as I go. But anyway, Guillaume, tell us a little bit about this newfangled playmat you're working with.
Well, it's one of two playmats that I did over the summer. I based the design on the original playmat that was revealed a few months ago, and I really liked that one because I felt like it was more cohesive with the overall graphic of the cards over the playmat that was officially released, which is more simple than I would have imagined. And so I recreated the original playmat for myself, but then it's a 2-player playmat, so I decided to do something bigger and have a single-player playmat. And what I wanted to do with those playmats was also include some section for the Gulag and the Future Field Office Crime Lab. So that's the section over here. And I had fun trying to find different elements from the first 6 seasons that I could include on the mat. So you got, like, for example, the newspaper clipping from Squeeze. You got the Apollo 11 keychain from season 4. This is the letter from the killer from Clyde Brookman. You got the newspaper from the postmodern Prometheus. And this slide here, it's a picture from Field Trip from season 6.
Yes.
For instance. Yeah. And you got the bee from the movie, which you can't maybe see really clearly, but it's there.
And I like that you kept some of the elements that are true to the well, I'll say the original, well, not the original playmat, but also the commercially released one, namely the image from Lazarus for the hospital setting, which was a nice inclusion on there to kind of give it a little bit of that that connective tissue to the playmats that were and the drafted playmats that were made available through USPC. So yeah, I love it. I love it. It's the original the playmat that from which you conceived this was very, very busy. There were a lot of things going on there, and sometimes when you're looking at the actual cards on that mat, it did kind of seem a little bit confusing for the eyes. But I think you've found a particularly nice balance with what you've included on there. You've got the field, which does take up a nice chunk of the playmat, which is what you want, because a lot of things happen in the field, and you want to make sure you have enough room on the field for all the cards that you're going to be, no doubt, putting down in the course of the case assignment and investigation phase. I did have one question, and I'm not the Kevin Morris one. You've already established where that one belongs. When you're putting down cards like Rejuvenating Caves or Video Trap or anything that has to go next to the hidden X file, where do you put those?
I guess the hidden X file is, well, the X file is placed here. So I guess I would just, maybe like put it like so.
Like so? Okay. So yeah, I figured I know you got a little bit of space over kind of under your bureau deck, but yeah, I didn't know if that was where you're going to use that save space, or like even right next to your discard pile for anything in particular. Like, for instance, those those witness resources like Kevin Morris that do not have a designated placement on the table. I did look at the rules, and I don't know if you guys recall, but it does actually say in the rules that cards that don't have like a placement go in like the bureau. Are you guys aware of that?
Oh, that's where I would put that. On my old playmat, I would put it in the upper corner, like not in the field, but like it's somewhere. It's not in the field at least. But yeah, this spot right here would be where we would put like resource witnesses or friend in the FBI, for instance.
Excellent. And I like that there's like some of that really like not blank space, but space that you could just utilize, for the resource cards that are, a little bit hazy on exactly where they go. I love it, Guillaume. I'm a fan, and I do hope to get a copy of the file for that, so that maybe I can order one. David, are you in the process of getting one yourself?
Oh,
I was just going to ask if Guillaume is willing to share his his creativity there. I'm in love with this playmat. It's very true to the commercially, well, not commercially released, but the planned one that they had. When I was making mine, I wanted to have a map in the middle, and when I saw that one, David May revealed that, I think, to us. The map was had a lot of topography and a lot of stuff on it, and it just made the map a little too busy for my taste. And when I tried to do it on mine, cards tend to disappear into all of it, and it just turned into it just seemed like a big bowl of spaghetti. You just couldn't tell one thing from another. So I opted for a blank area, but I think Guillaume has really captured a great map there, and the little nods to the different episodes there. Even my arch nemesis Kevin Morris is on the map there. But I love this map, and if and when I get my hands on that graphic, I think I might be printing up one for myself, and I'll just kind of rotate my mats around and keep it fresh.
Yeah, so there is the Mulder. This is the Scully version of the map.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry.
So like you get Scully's FBI ID card, and on the evidence here, on the evidence bag, it does say it is signed by Dana Scully. But there is also the Mulder version of the mat, which is basically the same thing, but the mat is a different color. The original playmat used a blue mat for player 2 and a brown one for player 1, so I kept that. And the Mulder version is similar. There is something from each of the first 6 seasons. Like you get you get the alien artifact from season 6, or you get the and the poem note from Talita Kumi. So yeah, I can make them available for anyone who wants them, or if someone says, okay, I want the Mulder ID with the Tombs newspaper clipping, I can do that as well. It's not set in stone. I can mix the different elements if you guys keep something from one of the playmat and keep something from one of the other playmat.
And Guillaume, where can people reach out to you if they are interested in getting a copy?
Well, people can on Discord or on the Facebook group. On Facebook, it's sometimes more difficult because I don't always get a notification when I receive a message from someone that I'm not friend with. But I posted the 2 playmats on Facebook, so they can also comment underneath that post, and I will get the notification there. So there are different ways.
Perfect. And if anyone has trouble locating Guillaume online, they can always reach out to me or David through our respective channels as well. But yeah, if speaking of Discord, we've thrown it out there. We do have a Discord community where we do talk very heavily about these cards, and where we plan our games, and where we talk about the upcoming expansions that we're working on. So if you're interested in engaging in some very nuanced discussion regarding the cards, the mechanics, the rules, and and so forth, do consider joining that community. I do post links to that in all of the edited videos, so you can find them there. So Guillaume, without further ado, why don't you introduce us to your team of agents that you've rounded up for this playtest?
Okay, well, shockingly, tonight I'll be playing with Agent Dax Golding. She's always a favorite of mine, and she goes well with Nancy Spiller. So these are 2 agents from Premiere. Then I have 1 agent from Season 4. I have Agent 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬. And from the Fight the Future set, I have Assistant Director Jenna Cassidy, and I have Agent Rankin.
Excellent. So Assistant Director Janet Cassidy is the overlapping agent on this, and I'm glad it's one of the Fight the Future agents, because again, these are the ones that we're here to see in action. And David, I do want to point out that you have just recently taken up the role of tracking which of the Fight the Future cards have seen, which Fight the Future cards will we sorry, let me just try to say that again. David, you have taken up the role of being the what would you call yourself in this particular instance?
Kind of the scribe of the whole thing. If I could maybe take over and share my screen here.
Yeah. Do you have one? Oh gosh, we have so many screens going on right now. Where are you?
Let me see if I can find the right one here.
Yeah, I don't see your screen right now.
Well, maybe.
Oh, is it this one? You're going to use this one. Sorry, that's what you meant.
It's fine. It's just a big Excel sheet. I'm going to keep track of which cards got played, so we can make sure during the course of the play testing we don't leave one out by mistake. We make sure that every card gets touched and so had a chance to actually play through, because I'll be keeping track of which episode and channel the card appeared, in case we need to go back and find it again. And if we need more debate, we want to see the card in action, we can go back to that specific time pretty easily. And I'll also be keeping track of how the card played. What was the result? Did Stephen put it down and Guillaume just immediately negated it? We'll keep that in mind, because we do want to see the card actually fulfill its game effect, rather than just get negated and it just disappears.
Good point.
And if we make any proposed changes during the time, I'll record that as well. And I've got this spreadsheet shared on a OneDrive that we use kind of behind the scenes to exchange files, so that we can all everyone that's involved with the play testing and that sort of thing can go back to it and refer back to anything that they want to see again, or figure out what happened with a particular card. So we don't want any cards to slip past. We want to make sure each of them has a chance to do what it's supposed to do, and make sure that the game effect is mechanically sound and plays well with others.
Excellent. And with that, I'm going to send Mr. Peace to the backstage where he'll be watching. And then feel free to make a motion if you think you need to be brought in. But of course, we'll also be calling you forth if we need a third head to weigh in on a particular proceeding in the course of this game. I thank you, sir. And we'll be hearing from you shortly.
Oh, good game, gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, and I'm gonna bring in my mat here, and then get them all in the right place. All right, Guillaume, I think we're about ready to go, aren't we?
Yes.
All right, excellent. So with that, let's get to drawing our 7, sir, and then we'll decide who's going first. Okay, so we got. Oh, cool. We got our 7 cards, and now we're going to have Guillaume choose one of these 2 tokens from my hand, and whichever one he chooses will dictate whether or not he's going to start off as the investigating player or the conspiracy player. If he pulls this one here, he'll start off as the conspiracy player. If he pulls the red X, he'll start off as the investigating player. Guillaume, Pray tell, which hand is it going to be, right or left, good sir?
Left.
Left. You're going to be starting off as the investigating player, my friend. And with that, we are a go, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead and draw your free card, sir.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to generate my res. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Tell us about your res, since some of these agents are somewhat unfamiliar to us.
So 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 has 2 res, and the other 4 agents have 1 res each. So that's a total of 6.
Excellent.
11.
Excuse me.
And I'm going to buy 1 card. I'm going to buy 1 card.
Okay.
And passing it over to you.
All right. Thank you kindly. I'm just going to sell 2 cards. DNA Metamorphosis for 4 and Cryogenic Tube for 4. Those are 2 of the Fight the Future cards. That unfortunately we won't get to see, at least on my end. David, I know you're taking notes that they came up, but they got sold for CP right away. So between those 2, they're going to add 8 to my conspiracy pool, which takes it up to 13. And of that 13, kind of pulled crap here. So let's go with 5 cards. And over to you, sir.
All right, so
no. Hold on, blue plate. Let me see if, just in case this is something that affects during the briefing phase, I'm going to play blue plate right now, if you don't mind. Play this card to flip over the next card in your bureau deck. If that card is playable this turn, you may do so for 0 costs. If you do not play it this turn, move it to the discard pile. And we have Crossroads. That is one of the Fight the Future ones. Should I read it out now for you, Guillaume, or when I use it later?
Now, please.
Now? Okay. All right, bear with me here. Crossroads is a bluff. Keyword government. Play this card to increase the site prerequisite by X. X equals the total value of the opposing team's observation skill. So I know there's at least some observation on your team over there. So that will be worthy of note. And so I'll send blue plate to the discard pile, and I'll keep Crossroads in my hand for the time being. Anyway, sorry for the interruption, sir. Back to you. Healing phase is now underway.
So no healing, no requisition. I'm going to send everyone to the field. And for case assignment, we are going to go investigate Baltimore, Maryland. It's a keyword, sciences or evidence collection, and it's method or results. I'm going to use Nancy's Spiros token to pay for the card. And yeah, we can, that's it for, I'm going only to be playing 1 bluff. One side, so passing it to you to play.
No, you jumped the gun. You jumped ahead of me on there. I'm going to be playing 1 bluff on that site. Just 1.
All right, so I'm going to use 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬's token to look at that bluff.
And I don't know how you're going to feel about this when I show you that. It's just a nasty surprise. But It's not so much of a surprise now because you used 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬's token to take a look at it. So, investigation phase. Who, pray tell, are we sending to Baltimore?
So we are going to be sending everyone to Baltimore.
Everyone's going, huh?
Yeah.
All right, and I will flip over that. Oh, forgive me one sec. I did not deduct my 5 for buying the cards, so my conspiracy pool should be 8 at this point. All right, so I'm going to flip over my bluff, which, again, it's a nasty surprise. Play to add 5 tokens to your conspiracy pool. Because the card was face down, it costs 2, so I'm going to be only adding 3 to that, which takes it up from 8 to 11. Now, any of the cards you want to play, Guillaume, at this point?
No.
Okay. Well, since seeing as it's free and everything's better when it's free, I'm going to go ahead and play Crossroads.
I did not say which skill I was going to
you did
be.
not. Okay. Yeah, go for it.
So
yeah,
I
sorry.
know that.
Which skills are we going to be applying to this particular site? We got what, sciences and evidence collection?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Because I do have to keep in mind that you have Crossroads, so I need to choose my skill really carefully. Okay, so I'm going to investigate using evidence collection.
Okay, and tell us who's got evidence collection skills to contribute.
So everyone has evidence collection. 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 has 2, Spiller has 1, Hedin has 2, Rankin has 2, and Cassidy has 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 total.
Excellent. That is quite a bit of evidence collection. But yes, seeing as it's free and everything is better when it's free, I'm going to play Crossroads as a face-up bluff. And once again, playing this card will increase the site prerequisite by X. X equals the total value of the opposing team's observation skill. So tell us, how much observation does your team have amongst them?
So I have 5. 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 has 2, Rankin has 2, and Cassidy has 1.
Excellent. So that's going to add 5 to your prerequisite of which is 5. So it's going to take it up to 10. Yes.
Yes, correct.
All right. Do you have anything you want to play to counter that bluff?
Well, no, I don't have anything to counter that bluff. So the prerequisite goes from 5 to 10. I had 8. So I'm going to remove one of Rankin's token. During a skill check, discard the token to add 2 to Agent Rankin's evidence collection or sciences skills. So that puts me at just 10.
Excellent. Well played. Good use of Rankin right off the bat.
Yeah.
So that does kind of leave me in a bit of a bind as to how I'm going to resolve this. So let's turn to another card, shall we? I'm going to play Biohazard Response Team for 5, and that's going to take my conspiracy pool down from 11 to 6. And Biohazard Response Team, Guillaume, is going to force the opponent team to make a Subterfuge 4 skill check, or the current player's turn ends immediately.
Yeah, I don't like that card.
Yeah, so it's basically an unexplainable time loss, but instead of sciences, we're working with subterfuge in this case. And if I'm not mistaken, you do not have a shred of subterfuge on your team. Is that right?
I don't. Well, the reason I don't like that card is not because it's being played on me. It's just because I feel like unexplainable time loss is a really powerful card. And I personally feel like it's not an effect that should be duplicated using other skills, because you could stack your deck with cards like that and then you just end your opponent's turn at every turn, because you do have the opportunity to not every team is going to be able to pass every skill check, so you're bound to be able to play that mechanic several times during a game, which is why I personally feel like it should not be duplicated, but that's just my personal opinion.
No, I actually am inclined to agree with you on that. And this is not the only example of a basically a variant of unexplainable time loss. I think we have another one in here that's going to be for what it's not bureaucracy. Was it alien investigation? Yeah, there you go. I won't be struggling with that on my end here, but you might. Yeah, I agree. Unexplainable time loss is just one of those cards that, it's powerful. I mean, the cost I think is pretty fair, but I think seeing variants of that game effect is probably going to take away a bit of the luster of that particular card when it comes up. And I kind of like, and I'm not against like doing like cards that are variants of existing effects, especially when it comes to like witnesses and things like that. But I think with event cards, especially one that is a standout card like unexplainable time loss, I think there are some cards where I feel like that card is in a league of its own and probably should remain there. But yeah, that is certainly a discussion worthy of having. And so what we could offer up is maybe an alternate effect.
Maybe like keep the cost, keep the skill check, but maybe instead of ending the turn immediately, maybe do some. I don't have something in mind immediately, but have something different happen. So it's kind of a variation, but it's not exactly the same effect.
Right, a forced skill check, but with a different effect. And I think doing that will also give this fairly I call it a limited expansion, is because it's not like one of the 175 card expansions that that I or you are doing. This is like going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of a 53 to 54 card expansion. So I like the idea of modifying like such cards like these, so for greater originality, so that gives this expansion just a flavor of its own, as opposed to repeating a bunch repeating the same effect but with varying skills. So I'm inclined to agree with you on that, and hopefully Mike and Dax, if you're watching, you'll take that into account. Don't take that as a criticism of it, but just a constructive criticism.
No, absolutely.
With best intentions, of course. Just like an alternate idea worth considering. And of course, you've got a good team of imaginative folks to utilize if you're interested in looking at a revised effect for this particular card. So anyway, getting back to the game in hand, do you have any cards you would like to play to counter that particular one?
Yeah, I like to play 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬.
Oh, and you got me on that one, sir. Well done. So with that, Biohazard response team goes to the discard pile. Crossroads does remain out there, but if I'm going to double check my hand, I am going to be left with insufficient cards to unfortunately upend your investigation. So you, sir, have thwarted my attempts to thwart you. So congrats on that, and you have thus been awarded a question regarding my hidden X file. What's it going to be? It's a multi-site, so you get to choose. What's your flavor?
It's method or result. Is your result death? I never go with that one first, so let's go with that one.
My X-Files result is not death. And I do want to point out that prior to Guillaume logging into the stream this evening, I did show Mr. David Peace what my hidden X-File was. So he is privy to the identity of my hidden X-File. So it was kind of fitting that he showed up before you did, Guillaume.
Well, David, if you want to send me a private message, please feel free.
If this game goes south for you, Guillaume, then yeah, he'll be messaging David for it. So David's like holding up the universal money symbol sign right here, aren't you, David? Maybe I'll have when Guillaume asks me a question, I'll bring in David to answer for it, because he knows what it is. So he can just look up the characteristics of it and be like yes or no, just for fun. Give David a little more screen time, right, David? He's like, no, I'm good. I'm taking feverish notes on what's happening in this game. He's like, I'm good, Steven.
All right, so I think I have everything.
All right, so since you're doing that, I'm going to pull up Yoast's site on my my Kindle here, and keep track of yours on here. So you asked if it was death, and I am saying it is not death. And so that leaves you with 28 possibilities remaining. Yes. So goes without saying, Guillaume, but for the sake of convention, would you like to take a crack at my X-Files identity?
No, I would not.
All right. Well, with that, let's head into the debriefing phase. Would you be discarding any of the cards in your hand, sir?
No, I have just 7 cards.
As do I, so I'm inclined to keep all of them. And with that, we'll pass it back to me, and I will draw my free card to start a new round. And so, with that free card drawn, we are next going to turn to my team's resources, and we'll start off with Agent Fox Mulder, who's going to be contributing 2 resource points. However, they will automatically be used to purchase cards as per his game effect. Section Chief Blevins is, as per his game effect, treated as a Res 2 if he is in the Bureau section. If he is in the Bureau section, he may contribute to the conspiracy pool instead of the resources pool during the briefing phase. It's interesting that it says resources pool. I think that's the only instance in which it's referred to as resources as opposed to resource, yes?
No, I'll trust you on that.
All right. So, yes, Blevins is going to be treated as a Res 2 for this round because he is, again, in the Bureau section. Albert Hosteen has 1. Assistant Director Jana Cassidy has 1. And Fire Captain Miles Coolez has 1 as well. And that is going to be a total of 7 resource points added to the pool, which is going to take it up from 5 to 12. And of that, I think I'll go with 4 cards, 2 of which are as per Mulder's effect. And that will take my resource pool down from 12 to 8. Sell away, sir.
So I'm going to sell the cryogenic tube. And
okay. That's for 4, right?
Yes. So, and do I want to sell another one? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm going to sell the compact digital binoculars for a total of 7. So that's 12. I wanted to maybe use one of them during my previous turn, but both have an activator of field. So for once, I would have liked to have an equipment that had Bureau. So I would have been able to use it during that turn, but oh well.
Yeah, hopefully the welding goggles that I noted earlier didn't have an appropriate activator will have Bureau, and I think it's fitting that they be Bureau standard or something. So yeah, hopefully that change will be made for that particular card, which I didn't include because of the issue with the yeah, how many cards are we buying?
I'm going to buy 3 cards.
Sounds good.
And back to you.
Thank you. And before we exit the briefing phase, I'm going to play Hard Evidence, which I just pulled for 2, and that's going to add 5 tokens to my pool, and so that'll take it up from 8 to 11 once you factor in the cost of the card. And now, for healing, we won't be needing to do any of that because this is the inaugural round and everyone is in tip-top form. For requisition, I did pull some equipment, but let's see, do I want to requisition any of this? Well, I'm kind of having the same problem you're having, Guillaume, is that the equipment that I pulled is all field activator, so I cannot...
Which is usually nice, but not for the first turn.
Not for the first one, so I cannot requisition these, unfortunately, so which is too bad, because I would like to get a... Oh, David. David's got something. What's going on, David?
Oh, I just wanted to remind Guillaume to keep his cards up a little closer to his chest. They're showing up.
Keep the cards close to the vest, Guillaume, even though you're not wearing a vest. But
and I did yeah, and I did catch that you sold the compact digital binoculars for CP. What was the other card you sold? I missed that one.
Yeah. The cryogenic tube.
Which I sold in the previous round as well.
Gotcha. All right, cool. Thank you. That's all I got.
Yep. All right. Thank you, sir. Okay. So David also wants to point out that he is one of those sterling judges who cannot be bought, which is a rare quality to have, and I like that quality in a judge. So I commend you on that, David. All right, and so yes, so unfortunately for requisition, we will not be able to requisition any of the cool Fight the Future equipment for this round because unfortunately they all have field activators. All right, for deployment, let's send everyone out to the field, including Blevins. Not going to keep him in the bureau. Not going to keep him in the stuffy bureau all this time. He's going to get some playtime. And now that my team is in the field, I'm going to play another card, Guillaume, and that is Reading the Signs for 0. Play this card on a team in the field. If the team makes an Occult Investigation 4 skill check, they may take 2 conspiracy points from their opponent's conspiracy pool and add them to their resource pool. If you'd be so kind. Thank you, good sir. Yeah. And that takes my resource pool up to 13. And it goes without saying that Albert Hosteen alone has enough Occult Investigation skill to make that Occult Investigation 4 skill check. But Mulder does have 3 that he can throw in the pot if need be. All right. And with that aside, let's get into case assignment. For which we have, well, let's see, we have a few sites to choose from here. So why don't we put a couple of them down? Let's put down London, England, and London, England. Guillaume is a monosite with the keywords affiliation and bureaucracy, and I'm going to use one of Mulder's 3 tokens to pay for that site. We also could potentially be sending the team to Wilkes Land, Antarctica. We're really going all over the globe on this one.
Yeah.
Antarctica is a keyword, Antarctica has the keywords result and alien investigation. And I will also use one of Mulder's 2 to pay for that one.
All right.
I'm sorry, let me say that again for the sake of the recording. And I will also be using one of Mulder's 2 remaining tokens to pay for that site as well. And that's going to leave him with 1 token to pay for a future site. I await any bluffs you may have, sir.
So I have 1 bluff. Okay, so let me check. 1 down. So I have 1 bluff for London.
1 bluff for London.
And then no, hold on.
Oh, I should probably do that before I get too deep in this.
Okay. Yeah, 1 bluff for London.
Okay, so I got 1 bluff on London and 1 bluff on Antarctica, yes?
No, just 1 bluff on London.
Just a bluff on London. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And why don't we... before I assign my agents, I meant to do this earlier. I'm going to play a resource card. Chris and Cody for 3. And Chris and Cody, Guillaume, have the keywords question, negate, and resource. Play to add 1 resource to your pool every time a keyword question or negate card is played. And I'll put them somewhere. We'll put them over here. Okay, so with that, let's let's send everyone to Antarctica, shall we? Everyone's going to bring their mittens and some warm jackets, I hope, because we're going to the southern part of the globe. And Antarctica, 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 has an Alien Investigation 4 skill check, for which Mulder has 4, Blevins has 1, Hosteen has 2, Miles Koulis has 1, for a total of 8. Got anything for me?
So yes. Hold on, I just need to see how I want to play that. Okay, I'm going to play Scott Osterloff.
Oh, a season 4 adversary, huh?
Yes, so it's activator. Oh, sorry.
Oh, result, right? Yeah,
No,
is it affiliation?
Yeah, no, yeah, I was. Yeah, no, because I was. It was if the side prerequisite is alien investigation, then this card is free. But yeah, it does have the keyword affiliation. So
Yeah.
So no. All right, so I'm going to change that.
Yeah, so if this was coastal Northwest Oregon, you'd be in business.
Yeah. Okay, so so instead, I'm going to play. Do that. I'm going to play Scott Garrett, another season 4 adversary.
Yeah, Scott Garrett. Tell me about. So he's got a result.
So its activator is conspiracy and alien investigation.
Okay. Yep.
Keywords adversary, government, pawn, and creature. This adversary can attack one agent your choice and is then discarded. If agent Pendrell is in the investigation team, he takes 2 damage. Yeah. Agents attacked by this adversary must discard all keyword alien equipment immediately. Not turn.
Interesting. So, he's got keywords government. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to do much with that. And tell me about his. Oh, he doesn't have health because he's just automatic.
He actually has 4 health. But,
he does have 4 health. Okay.
Basically,
I was thinking of the black-haired man.
Yeah, but basically, just he attacks for 1 long range combat attack, and then he's discarded.
All right, so let's see here. I think what I'm going to do is, and I'm assuming there's no objection to this, I'm going to use, before we enter combat, Can I use Cooliz's token real quick? Get me a healing card?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Probably a good idea at this point because I'm about to lose someone here. So, yep. Let's do that. So, Miles Cooliz, for those of you who may not be aware, because this is one of the Fight the Future cards, Miles Cooliz, place 1 token on this card. Remove a token, search through your bureau deck, and add any 1 keyword healing card. You may play this card and search through your bureau deck for any 1 keyword healing card. You may play this card for 0 cost. Well, that last part isn't going to be relevant because the card that I'm pulling is going to have 0 cost to it. Why? Because it's first aid, if you can see that. And because it does have the keyword healing. Anyway, shall we go to combat?
First aid, it adds 1 back to the agent's health, correct?
Play on an agent in the field to immediately heal 1 point of damage.
Okay.
And it's a combat card, so it's going to come up during the combat subroutine of which we are about to enter.
Okay, so Scott Garrett deals 4 long-range damage.
And of course, there's nothing I can do to stop him from throwing anything my way. However, before he deals out damage, I'm going to play first aid for 0, which again, as stated, will play on any agent in the field to immediately heal 1 point of damage. And so, Guillaume, who will you be assigning damage to?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't think it changes anything, but I think you have to wait until I assign damage, and then you have to play first.
You have to do it like no, it's the routine says you have to like you go to long range, everyone gets to play a card, then you assign the damage.
So like, if I deal 4 damage, does that mean that I only deal 3 then?
Correct. Yeah, because it heals 1 point of damage.
So that means that I deal 3 damage to, for instance, Hostin, but then that still sends him to the hospital.
Well, you don't get to like injure an agent beyond their health, which in his case is 3. So he would be, he'd be healing 1 point of damage once you've dealt the damage to him.
All right, so I deal 4, which is why playing first aid now was confusing to me.
Well, let me just read the how it says in the manual, if you don't mind. Should have a whole bunch of these on hand. And of course,
I don't think it makes a difference though, because I see what you're saying. I'm dealing 4 damage, and then Austin gets 3, and you heal 1 immediately.
Yeah, it says. Okay, all right. So, combat typically occurs in 2 rounds. First round, blah blah blah. After long range combat, close range repeated until blah 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 blah. Okay, all right. All right, so here we go. Long-range combat is listed on adversary. Must be initiated to determine the damage done by the agents. See the skill checks over the blah, blah, blah. Add up all combatants' LRC numbers to determine the amount of damage. In this case, he's dealing 4. And in this case, we don't really care about my agent's long range because it's not going to apply to him. He's getting his long range in, and we'll have enough to best him, but he's only going to deal that 4th range. So again, I didn't bother assessing what my agent's long range is in this particular case because it doesn't matter. Anyway, going on. So we add up all the combatants' long range numbers to determine the amount of damage done. Combat cards are now played and their effects added. See the combat section of the rules for further information. Also add the modifiers of any equipment at that point. So damage inflicted by agents may be applied separately, blah, blah, blah. So that's why I did it at that particular juncture.
But then that means that you could not have played that card after damage had been assigned?
Well, I think the intent is that the effect is intended to go into effect, right? Is that not how it works with the combat cards? You assess the damage, or you add up the total combat skill.
I think it's only applicable
combat cards. Then the damage is assigned, right?
Yeah, and then once damage has been assigned, you can play that particular combat card since.
Oh, so you're saying it's an outlier card, yeah?
Yeah, like for instance, if I played, like I have a combat card to play before we do that, but it's if you have a combat card that adds damage, you play it immediately. But if it's a healing combat card, then you can play it once damage has been assigned. But again, it doesn't make that much of a difference. But before we do
it's good because for future instances in which this is which these cards are played, it it is good to hash out the correct sequence in which that should occur. So no, I appreciate that. But yeah, so I guess what we're saying is that in most cases, when the combat card is intended to inflict, like say, further damage or something like that, or have an additional debilitating effect, you play it before the damage is assigned, except in the certain select cases of like this card, you play it after damage is assigned.
Yeah, so I do have a combat card to play, and it's like the future combat card.
Oh yeah, there are a few of them in there.
So it costs 2. It's mortared. So play for each point of damage inflicted on an agent beyond the number required to send them to the hospital, you may force the active player to discard 1 witness from their hand. Opponent's choice. If they have if they have no witnesses, then discard cards randomly from their hand.
Okay, so 2.
So since so Scott Garrett deals 4 damage, and I'm applying those 4 damage to Hostin. So I would only need 3 to send Hostin. So you have to discard 1 witness from your hand, your choice, if you have one, and if you have no witness, then 1 card at random.
1 card at random.
Which is why first aid should not be played immediately, because potentially I could force you to discard first aid.
Yeah. All right. So in that case, we'll take so we'll respect that. I'll add it back to my hand, and you may have a chance of preventing that. Gosh, I hate having to clear my board for this, but I'll just lay them flat on top. They're all still in the frame. Yeah.
Number 3. Yes.
This one here?
Yes.
And that is Fighter Interceptor, which I was planning to sell. Or actually, that thing would have come in handy against that other adversary you tried to play, right? Because that was an alien.
Yes.
Yeah, the one you tried to play earlier but couldn't, so darn it.
Oh, it was a government adversary.
Oh, they were both government?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I included that in there because there was like the attack alien and things like that, and I think the weaponized honeybees is alien as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so damage assigned. First aid's good now?
Yes.
All right, so Hostin is going to have 2 damage tokens placed upon him, but he's still alive and breathing. And with that, we come out of the combat subroutine with some minor scrapes and bruises. And at this point, Guillaume, we still have more than enough alien investigation skills to investigate this site, unless you got something else for me.
Well, yeah, no. My strategy. I do have something else, but my strategy relied on Hostin being taken out of the game, of the skill check for that. So I'm going to keep my second play for later during the game. So no, you can go ahead and ask your question.
All right. So it sounds like you're yielding then. And in that case, having successfully investigated Wilkes Land, Antarctica, my team has been awarded a result question. And I'll be asking, by any chance, Guillaume, is your X-Files result insanity?
Yes, it is.
Wow. Okay. And here I thought I was just going to go with death like everyone else does. But you know what? Insanity proved to be the right choice.
And I think that crosses off quite a lot of possibilities for you.
Indeed it does. It leaves a lot to be crossed off. Good lord. Most of this is going to be blue by the time I'm done with it. Sorry, what were you about to say?
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, except this is a playtest, and of course we're trying to really.
I mean, if we end the game too early, we can still play maybe a few practice rounds.
We could do that. Because I put a lot of Fight the Future cards in here. I want to see them in action.
Yeah. Well, at least you know that I'm not evolutionary.
Oh yeah, because there is. Yeah, you're right. There's not a single insane evolutionary X-File on here.
Which is why if we ever do an updated version, even if we use the same characteristics on each card, we should at least have an evolutionary insanity with insanity result.
Yeah, it's nice to know that there is some combinations that haven't been tapped yet. If we decide we're going to do, like, as David May was hoping, we would bring it up to 50.
Yes.
A nice round number as opposed to 41. I'd be in favor of that. And so, yeah, there's some room for some combinations that aren't currently found on this checklist.
Yeah, just to, like, for instance, even if it's just one, like, for alien affiliation, there is only one insanity, but at least there is still that possibility. But yeah, since there is no result insanity for evolutionary, that helps you out. Well, that helps the player out quite a lot.
Quite a lot.
All right, so I think I've crossed off everything on my end.
I'm still crossing off. My checklist looks like how it usually looks at the end of a very long game.
I think you have me down to 6 with just one question, which it just really shows how imbalanced this can be sometimes.
6, correct. And I do know that your X-Files affiliation is not evolutionary. Because I'm not eager to bring this game to a quick close, I am not going to be asking whether or not your X-File I'm going to refrain from asking an identity question at this point because I don't want the game to end that quickly. Anyway, shall we head into debriefing, sir?
Yes.
Excellent. And I'm going to set London, England over here because we have a bluff on it at this point, and I need a card to put on it. Just to remind me that there's a bluff on it. There we go. I'll put this FileFest card on it right there. As a reminder that we have a bluff on that site. Okay, so now should we head into debriefing, sir?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna need to get rid of some things. I got one too many. I'm gonna get rid of computer access denied because you have quite a bit of computer skills on your team, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, between Heaton and Spiller specifically. Rankin has computer, right?
Yeah, Rankin has as well. Well, as long as they all stay together, they're fine. But
yeah. Okay, that puts me where I need to be. What about you? You getting rid of anything?
No, I have 5 cards.
All right, and with that, let's pass it back to you, sir. Draw your free card.
All right. I'm going to generate my res, which is still 6.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to play Aura Photography for 1.
Oh, right after that. The Season 4 card. Yeah. Woot woot. I always love seeing the Season 4 cards in action.
If the team makes a Sciences 4+ skill check, add 5 tokens to the resource pool. So they do with Scully and Spiller. Scully has 3, Spiller has 2, Hayden 1, and Rankin 1. So yeah, more than enough to make the 4+.
More than enough.
So in this case, I did not include any hard evidence because since my team is heavy on Sciences, this one is more profitable. You pay 1 to add 5.
Exactly. And it's fair because you got to do a skill check in order to get that. So it's so it seems fair.
And,
all right.
And I'm going to buy 5 cards.
Sounds good. I have 2 cards to sell, and those were the equipment cards that I couldn't requisition in the last round because my agents were in the bureau. And regrettably, one of them is the vending machine bomb for 6. it's crazy that card can actually be sold for CP. Unfortunately, there's not enough text space on there to include that stipulation. As well as the compact digital binoculars, which also have a field activator. And so that's 9, and that's going to take my conspiracy pool up to 15. That was all I wanted to sell, right? Yeah. And so of that 15, let's do 5 cards. So it takes it down to 10, 10 and 10. Back to you, Guillaume.
All right, so no healing, no requisition. For case assignment, we are going to go investigate one site. It's I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it correctly. It's Foum Tatawin from Tunisia. It's nice. Sciences and method. I'm going to use Spiros token to pay for one and paying the other with my pool. So sciences and method.
Sciences and method. One bluff on that.
Okay. I'm going to use one of Scully's tokens to look at the bluff.
And this one is Detective Miles. I'm kind of burning through your Scully tokens with these fairly innocuous bluffs, aren't I?
Yeah. Well, I'm sending the team to the site.
Sounds good. Oh, boy. Sciences and method, huh?
So Miles, he takes 2 from my... So what is... I know that it takes from my pool, but how much does it take?
I pay 1, and then you lose 2.
Okay.
So tell us, who's got the sciences to show for on your team?
Everyone except Cassidy. And so Scully has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 sciences.
All right, sounds good. All right, so tell me, how's your team's alien investigation skills?
Not good.
Not good at all.
Like zero, no good.
All right, I'm going to play evidence of alien virus for 5. That's going to take my conspiracy pool down to 5. And I'm going to force an opponent team to make an alien investigation 4 skill check, or the current player's turn ends immediately. Seeing a pattern here on these cards, aren't I?
Yeah, see, I think it further shows my point about those cards not being duplicated.
And I'm glad for that reason this came up again as well, because we're seeing in succession this use of a variant skill to get the same effect as an existing commercially released one. And it just doesn't have a whole lot of vigor to it, in my opinion. I think the originality of it, it's been done already. I would be a fan of coming up with a modified effect for this one, like yourself.
Yeah, if I had not been able to throw a key the first one, that would have been 2 turns. No. Well, no, I cannot do anything about that. So,
all right, and so we'll send evidence of alien virus. Oh, and I didn't even get to play my Miles card. So silly me. Oh well.
So does it mean that it stays on the other site then?
Oh, because I screwed up on this. I didn't do the right order of things. So I don't know.
Because I had not moved to the investigation phase.
That's true. Yeah, so I guess it stays out. We'll leave it out there. You know what? We'll just get that card out of the way. So we'll just end your turn immediately. The site will stay out there, and that way you get to come back to it. So
with the bluff.
Let that be a lesson, ladies and gentlemen. Play your cards at the right time in the right order.
And there is no discard, correct?
Yeah, because it just like unexplainable time loss, turn ends immediately, which is good because I had too many cards that I bought. I have like 8
for once as well, because I have way too many cards. So at least something good came out.
Back to that site later on.
Yeah.
So all's well that ends well, right? All right. So back to me, and I will draw my free card, and we'll start a new round. And so, so at this point, Blevins is not in the bureau, so he's going to be treated as a Res 1, and so that's going to give my team 6 resource points, and that's going to take my resource pool up from 10 to 16. And of that 16, could use some stuff. Yeah, 4 cards. And I'll take it down from 16 to 12. 4 cards. Over to you.
All right, so I do need to do some selling. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of CP, so. Okay, so I might regret this, but I need to. So I'm going to sell London, England for 2, Scully Run for 3, and Point Blank for 2. Okay. And I have a question about Point Blank, so I'll ask it after the game.
Ask it at the end of the game.
Yeah, so that's a total of 7, puts me at 9.
I do have that card in my deck, so maybe it'll come up.
And I'm going to hold on. Yeah, okay.
Oh, David's got a question. What's up, David?
Sorry, Guillaume. You sold those cards a little quicker than I could type.
Okay,
You sold
Scully Run, London, England, and Point Blank.
London, England, and Point Blank. Okay, thank you very much. No other question.
And I think I'm just going to buy 1 card and passing it back to you.
Means you might have some good stuff there. Alrighty. So yeah, since Hostein's in the field, I can't really do much about him for the healing round. And for requisition, I did not pull any equipment cards, unfortunately. Would have been nice if I pulled them a little bit later, the ones that came up earlier, because now I don't have any equipment to show for it. So yeah, can't do any requisition either. For deployment, we do have one in England out there, which is bureaucracy. We also have that one. For deployment, I'll send Blevins back to the Bureau and leave the other 4 out here. Before I lay down a site, Hostein. We're going to use his effect now. Get that out of the way. Hostein is going to allow me to take a look at Guillaume's hand, and I'm going to choose 1 card in his hand that I don't like. And if Guillaume should play that card at any point during the game, I will be awarded 1 question regarding his hidden X file.
So I have 2 RP cards. I have Ambassador Hotel and I have Langley.
All right.
And for conspiracy, I have, well, as you know, Scott Hosterhoff.
Affiliation, right?
Affiliation, and and it's free if it's an alien investigation site.
Yep.
Then I have 2 bluffs. I have sleep deprivation, which we know, decrease of the skill agent, and we have unmarked helicopters from Fight the Future.
So that's a Fight the Future one. Tell me about that one.
Force any team investigating a site to split up for this turn. You may pick 1 agent and move them to another site, my choice, immediately. If no other site is available, the agent is moved to the Bureau and may not contribute to any skill check this turn.
I'm not a fan of that one.
Then I have combat card title TBD. It's the one that play on the alien or government adversary to negate all damage allocated to that adversary that round.
Okay, and that's a CP card.
Yeah, that's a CP card. And then I have Syndicate Influence, so another Fight the Future card. Play this card when your opponent has deployed agents to more than 1 site during their turn. Your opponent must discard all but 1 side card, your choice, or my choice, and immediately return the agents investigating those discarded sites to the Bureau.
All right. Some choices there. I'm not going to go with the adversary because we know from past games that casting Hostein's token on an adversary isn't a great call because the opponent, when backed into a corner, will just opt to play the adversary and send an agent to the hospital. So that's out. Not too worried about that last one or the combat card. So it's between sleep deprivation and
Unmarked
the unmarked
helicopter.
helicopters. I'm gonna cast it on unmarked helicopters,
Right.
because that one can certainly prove detrimental, most detrimental compared to sleep deprivation. All right, so Hosting's token has been cast, and now for case assignment, we'll be sending the team to potentially UFO wreckage in Townsend, Wisconsin, which is an alien investigation and bureaucracy site, Guillaume, with the keywords motive and result. And I'm going to pay 1 for that one. Got any bluffs? I know you do.
I have 1 bluff.
Yeah, you do. Well, since I pulled it, might as well play it. Oh, gosh, why doesn't this have negate? Because, dang it. Yeah, alien discretion. It's too bad it doesn't have the keyword negate, because Chris and Cody out here would have given me an RP for that. All right, so alien discretion is going to take care of what I'm going to take to be sleep deprivation, which is no big deal because we already know that card works because it's a commercially released one.
Yeah, well, I should have waited until I played it.
Yeah.
I should have waited until the investigation phase, unless you had an Erlenmeyer flask. But
never know. So with that one out of the way, I paid 2 for alien discretion, 1 plus how many bluffs were at that site, and so because it does have, and I should state that yes, this site does have a prerequisite of alien investigation, which is what made that card applicable at this point. All right, so now we're sending all of our team to UFO wreckage in Townsend, Wisconsin, for which we'll be applying our alien investigation skills, of which Mulder has 4, Hosteen has 2, Miles Koulis has 1, for a total of 7. Again, that's motive and result, Guillaume.
yes, so I'm going to use Cassidy's token.
Nice.
So at any time during the game, remove a token to select 2 opposing agents in the field. The 2 chosen agents may not contribute to the same skill checks, including combat, until the end of your opponent's turn.
All right.
Okay, well, hold on.
Think about that, because
Yeah, because I'm not like who gets to decide? Who
you do, I believe. Yeah, the 2 chose. Yeah, you choose the 2 opposing. Remove a token to select 2 opposing agents. So yeah, it's your choice. But I don't see how this is going to work for you, though.
Okay. Yeah, I read that card wrong.
You can take it back if you want. I'm totally cool with it.
In my mind, it was more like, okay, I'm going to my goal was to prevent Mulder from contributing to this skill check, and then
with Hosteen.
Yeah, but then, I misunderstood the card. Well, I did not think it all the way through. I thought it would prevent Mulder from contributing at all, but he will be able to contribute with someone else at least, and since he has 4 in investigation, yeah.
Yeah, and Miles Koulis has the 1 extra that I need.
Which is why I wanted to play sleep deprivation, but then, So, well, you know what? I used Cassidy's token, so that's my fault.
Okay, yeah. All right, I was going to say you can take it back if you want.
Like, it doesn't make... Yeah, it's a playtest, so...
All right, yeah, it's a playtest. Yeah, because you could say, like, Mulder and Hosteen cannot contribute to the same skill check.
Yeah.
But then Mulder and Koulis could do it, and then therefore I'd be okay. So yeah, if I did not get rid of sleep deprivation, that would have got me on that one. All right, well, that was a nice combination of, like, I like that you were planning to utilize those cards in tandem in order to get the desired effect, and so it would have paid off if it had not been for the green alien ghost there. All right, so
now I can we talked about duplicating game mechanics, but I can't wait for us to have cards like alien discretion for other skills.
Yeah, that's true. We're ragging on these unexplainable time loss variants, yet we are bringing our own flavor of alien discretions and Erlenmeyer flasks.
Well, I think it's only because in this instance, I think it gives an unfair advantage to some of the skills. So it's only fair that advantage is given to every skill.
Whereas, and it's one thing when it's conspiracy cards versus resource cards. It's not exactly apples and oranges, but there is a distinct difference that the players who bring alien investigation or bureaucracy themed decks to the game have a certain advantage with a lot of a certain event cards, especially.
But maybe I guess it could be argued that we could create advantages for other skills that are not duplicates of Alien Discretion. But since there is Alien Discretion and 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 Flask, and they basically really help people who investigate in investigation of bureaucracy. So I don't see what we could come up with that would be as helpful as negate any card used against you during one of the skill checks or negate any bluffs. So I think in this instance, we have to duplicate those effects.
I think it's fair. I certainly, I'm in agreement on that, which is why we're going to see maybe 1 or 2 of those for the Season 5 expansion. Yes. All right. And so now we're coming to a very painful part of the round because I do have too many cards in my hand, so I'm going to have to do some painful discarding shortly. But before we get to that, though, Guillaume, I believe my team has proven that despite the test of their mettle, they have come out shining, and they have been awarded a question regarding your X-Files. Is that correct?
Correct.
And since I already know your X-Files result, I'm going to be going with the motive question this time. And so, by any chance, Guillaume, is your X-Files motive control?
Yes.
Oh, damn it. Wow, this is not one of the nights I was really wanting to be on Johnny on the spot with the questions. So now I've got you down to 2, if I'm not mistaken. Good Lord. Any other night, I would welcome this kind of on-the-spot guessing, but I really want to get a chance to get into these Fight the Future cards. So if you're double-checking me on that, Guillaume, is it...
Yeah, you have me down to 2, yes.
Oh, gosh. Did you choose random?
Yes.
Yeah, I figure with those two, they seem like they would be random choices, but nevertheless, I'm not going to ask the identity question because I want to play some more game here. It's been a while, so I got to play with Nathan and Dave Meyer, and I think I played with Mike in at File Fest, but you and I haven't thrown down in what feels like about a month, so it's been a while. So let's play some game here. All right, so no identity question at this point. Let's head into debriefing. And, well, I'm going to get, I guess I might as well get rid of Casey's bar because that's going to ask a motive question. Another reason why I don't want to be identifying your X-Files characteristics so quickly like that. And what else? I got to get rid of something else here. Surreptitious inducement. Since you don't have any equipment cards out there, it's not as valuable at this point.
I have 6
I'll watch
cards,
you requisition equipment in the next one.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. What are you getting rid of?
Nothing. I have 6 cards.
All right, let's pass it back to you.
So I'm drawing my free card. My res is still 6. And I'm going to buy 3 cards, 4 cards. Well, I think the game is getting closer to the end, so I might as well. I'm going to buy 4 cards.
Yeah, I might as well go all out at this point.
Yeah, I'm going to buy 5 cards.
All right.
So lots of discarding for me, unless you play another card that ends my turn immediately.
Yeah, I think I've exhausted them. I don't even think I included unexplainable time loss because I was like, Guillaume, he tends to go heavy on the sciences usually, and I was correct in this. I was correct on that. But anyway, I got a few cards to sell. A near-death experience for 4, which I would have loved to have played had you inflicted that damage on Mulder earlier, but you didn't.
No, well, there was only 4 damage, so they could have did him.
I'm also going to get rid of Message from the Stars for 5, and that's going to take it up to 9. And I had, oh shit, what did I have? 4? What did I have, David? 4? Okay. So 4 plus 9, that's 13. Thank you. Anyway, of that 13, let's go with yeah, I could use some stuff too because I got some weak sauce here. 5. And that takes it down from 13 to 8. 5 cards. Back to you.
All right. So no healing, no requisition. For deployment, everyone is staying in the field. And we're going to go back to Tunisia.
Oh, right back there. Oh, yeah, because, yeah, we didn't quite get to a chance to investigate that. And there's still a bluff attached to that one. Which I know you have a Langley on there, too, but I don't think you're going to be using it on this particular bluff.
Well, paying 2 for to prevent you from getting 1.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going back to Tunisia. Oh, so okay. All right. So, sorry. Can we slow this down because this is a mistake that came up in my game that I'm editing with 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬. So, for case assignment, are you putting down any additional sites?
No.
All right. At this point, I do have the option to add additional bluffs if I wanted to, but I'm not going to because, yeah, because for one, I know you have a Langley, and 2, I already know you're going to that site. So, just want to, yeah, I think it's a good point that we state the phases at this point, especially when you're planning to go to an existing site, because the opponent should have that option to lay down additional bluffs.
So yeah, in my mind, it was clear that I was not playing any more site, but then since I placed it close to the team, yeah, I was not going to investigation yet, but I get that you got that impression. But yeah, if you wanted to play, we are not in investigation yet, so of course you're free to play any bluff.
I would love to, but again, I know you got a Langley, so I got to find another way to get at you. So yeah, no additional bluffs. But anyway, let's case assignment has been passed. We're heading into investigation phase. You're sending them to Tunisia. Yeah. Tell us about the sciences necessary.
So I should know this by now. I have 7 sciences.
And what are the keywords? The question keywords specifically.
It's method.
Method. Ah, dang it! I don't think I have that. Oh no, I do. Yes, I do have a method. Oh no, but first let's get the bluff out of the way. I made that same mistake last time. Okay, so the bluff, as we know from earlier, because you used Scully's token, is Detective Miles. Pay 1 to remove 2 from your opponent's resource pool. So I paid 1, so it means I'm only going to gain 1 when all is said and done. Thank you, Detective Miles. And so now, Guillaume, do you have any cards you want to play?
Well, not at the moment.
Not at the moment. All right. And I will be playing an adversary, and that is Squeeze, because Squeeze has a method activator, of which this is a method site, for 3. And that takes it down from 9 to 6. Guillaume, we know this adversary, but for anyone who doesn't, Guillaume, Squeeze has the keywords evolutionary and creature. Its long-range combat round is skipped. Got anything to negate that before we head into combat subroutine?
Well, since long range is skipped, correct? So how much damage does he deal?
He deals 3.
Okay. I'm not taking any chances, so I'm going to call for help.
Oh, I knew you were going to have that card, because when you're asking me, oh, can I include some select Scully set cards? I'm like, oh, I bet it's going to be a call for help.
So it costs 4?
Yep. And in this case, I'm not like, it's a playtest game, and this is not being used to negate a fight the future adversary, so whatever. Yeah. But I had a combat card that I was like, we've never played before.
Yeah, I was sure that you had a combat card, so I was
I did have a combat card, and this was kind of like a universal one. And it really wasn't going to do much, but I just wanted to, because I included it just because I'm like, oh, no one ever plays this card, and I see why. I see why.
It was never top of the deck, so I'm going.
Oh, the next one. Oh, is it X? Okay, yeah, of course it's X.
Yeah, so it's thanks to.
Yeah. By the way, that combat card was Hard Punch. No one ever plays Hard Punch because it just adds one combat. So
it adds to the close range combat skill, right?
Yep. So he would have been inflicting
plus
4.
2, plus 3?
Plus 1.
Okay.
So he would have been inflicting 4 instead of 3.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm only telling you this because I'm discarding this at the end of this because...
Yeah. So that would have been enough to send Scully to the hospital.
Oh, yeah.
And since I had discarded my Run Scully event card from Fight the Future, good call on this one. Okay.
So I'm not going to discard it yet, but yeah, it's going to the trash as soon as we're done with the question. I got nothing. So ask away.
All right. So it's a method question. So many to choose from at this point. Is your method manipulation?
My X-Files method is manipulation.
Oh.
Bravo. Again, I was thinking about calling in David to have him give you that spot of good news. So, yeah, now you finally got a question right, and therefore the game is not quite said and done. It's not as much of a runaway game as it had been up to this point.
Well, we have not played that many runs because I asked 2 questions, and there is that one round where you prevented me because of the turn ended. So I only had 3 turns.
Yeah. So 4. Started with you back to So have we done 5 rounds?
I think so. You did ask 2 questions.
Yeah, and you started off as the investigating player. Yeah. So I think we're at 5. This is round 5. Doesn't feel like it though.
No.
Because we got through so many questions. We scratched off so much of this checklist, which again, it usually looks more like this in a longer game, but not this quickly. But yeah, who would have thought? Yep. David says, what is OP in this case? No, David, you could just tell me. You're on the screen. Overpowered. It is kind of overpowered. Because, I mean, it's like they already made 1 breath, and that costs 4, so you can go in and get any event. Whereas this card, you go in, you can get an event or a witness, and it's free. So
the free part is the killer.
The free part is the killer, for sure.
No, it's true.
Yeah. No, that card is insanely overpowered.
I think maybe it should maybe cost maybe 5 or 6, and then keep the card that you draw. It's free, but you still had to pay 6 for it. I think it would have been more fair.
I agree. I totally agree on that. All right. Okay, what do you think of the game so far, David?
I wish this wasn't a playtest; that it was a regular game, but. We're keeping track of the cards that are disappearing, and the guessing is really good. This is what happens when you play a regular old game. So we've still got plenty of time to revisit a lot of these cards and stuff. Mm-hmm. I'm not going to disparage good luck when it comes to guessing. That's it doesn't usually happen this often, so it's kind of interesting, but still a fun game to watch.
Yeah, indeed. I prefer having like my guesses be spot on when it's not a playtest game. Any other time it's welcome, not this time.
When we try to play a killer game, killer cards don't come up. When you want to play test and we want the game to run longer, then we are correct when you are guessing. So
yeah, kind of a Murphy's Law thing that's getting in our way.
Yeah. Oh well. So anyway, Guillaume, how many do you have me down to at this point?
5.
All right, so I got you down to 2. That's not bad. Do you want to take a crack at my X-Files identity?
No.
Good man. Good man. All right. Before we head to debriefing, Guillaume, sorry, let me kick David out and then we'll get back to the game. Thanks, David. All right, Guillaume, before we head to debriefing, any cards you want to play?
No cards to play. You?
All right, I'm gonna play one, just rejuvenating caves. Nothing too earth-shattering about that. It costs 2, and I'm gonna place 10 tokens on that card. And yep, next time it comes around to me as the conspiracy player, if it does, can take a couple of those, add them to my conspiracy pool. All right, and now let's head into debriefing. For which, yes, I'm going to part ways with the hard punch because I got too many cards in my hand, and something else has got to go. Well, I guess I'll get rid of Card Troubles because you're sitting on a Langley. Although I probably could have used that to burn the Langley, but either way, I got to get rid of some stuff. Martyred, we just saw that, so we don't need to see it tested again. I don't think we have any complaints about Martyred, do we?
No. Well,
Martyred?
I think it will come up during the game, during a future game, maybe.
Yeah.
But
all right.
Yeah,
but when you played it earlier, I didn't have any qualms with the mechanics.
Okay, that was the one that forces you to discard card. Yeah, okay. Well, no, I think that is good. Yeah.
All right.
I have quite a lot of cards to discard because I have 11 cards in my hand. So.
Yeah, I might. The only thing I would probably do is like maybe add a keyword to it or something, because it just has combat as a keyword. I like extra keywords on my cards. Yes. Not that you need too many keywords on combat cards because they're usually not keyword dependent. Doesn't mean I don't like them though.
Well,
all right.
If you play a card, then maybe depending on the resource witness that you have in play, you could get some.
Yeah.
In conspiracy or resource pool. Okay,
yeah. I gotta get rid of another card. Travel arrangements. All done discarding, or you got to make some painful decisions too?
Well, there are 3 that are obvious, and then it's more like, could I do this combo or should I just give up?
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's like you're losing a potential combo effect later.
Okay, well, okay, I think I'm done. Yeah.
You done? All right. So we'll pass it back to me then?
Yeah, so I just, since David is keeping track, I'm going to discard Syndicate Influence. I'm going to discard Unmarked Helicopters. No point in keeping that one. And 2 more bluffs. Government Ambulance, since it has to be played on an agent who is about to be sent to the hospital. So I'm not anticipating that. And Attempted Cover-Up. Since it forces
which government ambulance was it? Was the bluff or the event?
The bluff.
Okay.
Yeah. And Attempted Cover-Up, since your team can pass the observation 4+ skill check. So, yeah, I'm discarding that one as well. And I have just 7 cards.
Alrighty. Back to me then. Drawing my free card. New round. New briefing phase. And yep. So again, assessing the team's res. Blevins is back in the bureau now. And so, therefore, he's going to be treated as a Res 2 once again. And I think, though, I'm going to use his what the hell? I'll use his 2 resource points for the conspiracy pool. So his will go there. And then the 2 from Older and the 1 from Hosting, 1 from Coolez, and 1 from Cassidy are going to go in the resource pool, and that's going to take it up to 14. And of that, 4 cards. That'll take it down to 10. Over to you. Sell away.
Yeah, so I always forget with Blevins and Krychek. Can you when you choose to contribute to the conspiracy pool, do you have to contribute there the two, or you can do one for the resource and one for the conspiracy? Or you
I know
have
that
two?
question's been asked before.
And I can never remember the answer.
I think we've leaned towards one or the other.
Okay.
Yeah, no halvesies on that.
So I'm going to sell Casey's Bar for 2 and vending machine bomb for 6.
Okay.
For a total of 8. Puts me at 16.
Good stuff. Good stuff. 16. And make it count. Could be the last round.
Yeah. I'm going to buy 5 cards.
That works.
And back to you.
And I'm going to play my second hard evidence for 2, and that's going to take my resource pool up to 13. For healing, yeah, Hostein's got 2 damage, but he's not in the hospital, so I can't do much about him from there. Requisition. Oh, I finally got an equipment card that I could requisition. Let me read about it first, because it's a Blackwood one, so I'm not as familiar. I don't know if I'm going to need that, so I'm not going to requisition it because I don't think it's going to come up in this one. Anyway, so no requisitions happening either. For deployment, we're going to move Blevins right back out into the field. For case assignment, we're going to be sending the team not to Antarctica, but the exact opposite direction. We're going to send them to Dead Horse, Alaska for a cost of 1. And Dead Horse, Alaska, Guillaume is a multi-site with the keywords alien investigation and evidence collection. And it also has the keywords affiliation and result. Uh-oh. Yeah. You know what that means.
Well, you know what that means.
I do know what that means. I realized it as I put the card down. Doesn't mean I'm going there because I still have another site over there.
Yeah, you do.
I do. And that one's it's affiliation, but it's bureaucracy though. Yeah. So, got any bluffs for me? Before I decide where we're going.
I have one bluff on.
Okay, and I do have my other alien discretion, which I'm going to play now and take care of that one. So what was it, by the way?
Well, I was looking forward to testing it. It's one we briefly discussed. It's Conrad's for gold.
Yeah, and I'm not a fan of his effect.
No, which is why I was thinking, okay, I'm not. It costs a lot, so I'm not playing it. And then I decided, okay, let's see how it works.
Yeah, let's try it out. I tried it out in a previous game with Mike, and it didn't sit right with me. But so I think it's due for a revision. But we can talk about that at the end if you want to set that one aside.
Yes.
Okay, so now that we've taken care of that pesky bluff, now we get to decide. Yeah, we're going to send everyone. Yeah, yeah, let's just send everyone to Dead Horse. And Guillaume, I do not have any cards I want to play at this point, so I'm going to turn it over to you and see if you want to play any cards at this point.
Yes. Yes, I have. Well, I'm going to play Scott Hosteller because when can I ever play that one for? So it's a conspiracy affiliation site, and this card is free if the prerequisite is alien investigation.
It's free, so you just might as well
Yes.
do it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, do it.
I think it's funny because during the season 4 playtest, we really struggled to be able to play adversaries, and then for this one, 2 season 4 adversaries have already been played.
Yeah, they've had no trouble coming out to play for this particular playtest.
So it's
All right, so
keywords, adversary, government, pawn, and creature.
Yeah, but unfortunately for Mr. Osselhoff, he's a formidable government agent, but X is way more formidable, and he only costs 3 too. Scott Osselhoff costs way more when it's not alien investigation going on, and so for the cost of 3, X is going to send Scott Osselhoff pushing daisies, and also because X has the keyword negate, Chris and Cody are going to add 1 right back to my resource pool. So they're like cousins of Kevin Morris over here, David. So I'm sure you're probably not a fan of these ones either.
I would have loved to have exterminated in my hand.
Oh man, shoot, yeah.
Let me check something.
And again, I'm not feeling bad about sending that adversary packing because it's a season 4 adversary. It's not a fight the future one.
Yeah. Well, you know what? It's the if you ask your question, it's the end of the game, so I might as well. But unless we say, do we want to play a few more rounds after that?
We can do another round. I could do another round just for fun.
So I'm going to keep a few some. There is one card that I could play which would not change the outcome of the game, but if you continue, I'm going to keep my conspiracy.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that.
I guess, or should I do it? Oh, you know what? We might as well test it.
Let's do it.
There is something I would like to change on it. So the keyword is results, right, on the site as well.
Yes, result is one of them.
All right. So I'm going to play weaponized honeybee for 7.
Oh, okay.
Puts me down to 4.
Yeah, tell us about that one since it's,
because it's not going to be as useful as I would like. It's play this card to send the agent with the lowest health to the hospital with health halved, rounded down, and any attached equipment discarded. Directed player's choice if lowest health is shot by multiple agents. The agent may only leave the hospital when a healing card is successfully played on them. So in this instance, Hostin has the lowest health since he already has damage on him.
Yep. So he'll be heading over there.
Yeah.
All right. And so he'll have is he getting additional? He's getting the full damage, or is it he's just staying at his 2 damage?
So it just okay. He's going to the hospital with health halved, rounded down. So
okay,
like
he only has 1 at this point.
Yeah.
So is that 0 then?
0.
Is it half rounded down? I guess that's 0. I'll just add the 3rd one on there. Whatever.
So I guess it's 0. And then the agent may only leave the hospital when a healing card is successfully played on them. So I don't know if that means that it can still heal, but I have to wait until a healing card is played and before they can leave the hospital, or if they cannot start to heal until a healing card has been played on them.
Yeah.
It kind of changes things if you can start healing, but then you just have to wait if your healing card is played on you.
Yeah. The healing card, that's how I'm reading it. Healing card's got to get played, then he can start healing.
Okay.
So I think that kind of justifies the cost of that card, which is what, 6, 7? 7. Yeah, because Darkness Falls. Is it Darkness Falls? No, Darkness Falls. The Manitou. You can't start healing until the healing card's played as well, and that costs 6. So yeah, I think it's about fairly appropriate cost.
So I think maybe we should reward the effect to just make sure that the agent cannot start healing until a healing card has been played on them, as opposed to cannot leave the hospital, which makes it unclear if it can heal or not.
Yeah, so basically we just need to borrow the wording. Well, no, it's not exactly the wording from the Manitou, but maybe look at that card and then, try to find some similarity. Oh, David's got something he wants to weigh in on. What do you got, David?
Oh, I'm just needing to catch up on the title of this card, so I can
Weaponized Honeybee.
Yes.
See, I don't have that one in my list, so that's
weird.
That was not included. In
anything with a honeybee?
I got no adversaries from the stuff that Dax sent me.
I mean, maybe it could be this adversary didn't generate a whole lot of buzz until after the fact.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yep. Sorry,
it's late. Generating buzz.
My terrible puns, yeah.
I think that when you compare the weaponized honeybee to the Manitou stock seed spray, I think maybe weaponized honeybee might be too costly, because Manitou stocks spray, it costs 6, but you can play it on any agent that you want, and potentially you can play it on more than one agent.
Yeah, you're right. This one you got to choose the one agent with the lowest health.
Yes.
Yeah,
and you can only damage one agent.
Yeah, that should get.
So
yeah, I so you think 5?
Well, yeah, 5. Yeah,
because this card isn't. This is a question I have actually. So this card doesn't say this card. It doesn't say that, right?
No, it doesn't.
So did combat occur?
I mean, there is not any combat card that you could play to prevent you from being damaged by that card.
I'll just say it because I have this card in my hand. Sorry, you can't see. I have deductive reasoning in my hand.
Okay.
Play on a team that has just completed a combat. So it's an after the fact card. So I'm wondering, this card doesn't initiate combat. It doesn't say that on there. It should. It should.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah. Just to make sure that that card could be or could not, as it is written, you could say that they kind of faced the weaponized honeybee and then combat has occurred.
Yeah. I mean, if you're really gonna like take it to the literal sense of like, and combat isn't capitalized in this case, but you could say like, well, combat didn't occur because there was no combat subroutine, there was no long range, there was no close range, there was none of that. So it's like,
but then since previously in your hand you had first aid, so you could still play first aid before the agent is sent to the hospital. The agent would still be sent to the hospital with their health halved, I think. I don't know, like, what would happen if you still had first aid and you played that immediately?
Oh, like right now?
Yeah. Would that prevent the agent from going to the hospital? Would that negate that?
Yeah, because that's the thing is like these cards like Darkness Falls need to say at the beginning like this card does not initiate combat. Otherwise, one would argue that could happen. And so, or just actually, I don't think Darkness Falls actually does it say that?
No, it doesn't say. But Darkness Falls says unless a healing card is played immediately and the card results in 1 point being healed, move the agent to the hospital. But then, like, you could not, if you read the text of Darkness Fall, you could not play first aid either because Darkness Fall does not inflict any damage. So no damage could be healed. And so therefore, you could not play first aid to prevent the agent from going to the hospital.
All right. So, so I do think, maybe the weaponized honeybee probably needs to say this card does not. Well, I don't know, because Darkness Falls doesn't.
But maybe it's a mistake on Darkness Falls, and so we should not repeat that for our cards. Yeah.
Because we have I know there are adversaries that say that, like, this card does not initiate combat.
Yes. Usually
that's not a good example.
Yeah. But when they all have non-applicable, it usually says it does not initiate combat.
Like I think alien harvester or abduction, they probably say that, but I'm trying to think of a better example. That's I don't know.
I think quite a lot of adversaries from 1013, they usually have that. Hold on, adversaries. So abduction, it's all NA, and it does not say this card does not initiate combat.
Somewhere that's
yeah, it does. It does. That. Yeah, it does. It does, but it's at the end of the effect and not at the beginning. Like
yeah, it's at the very they hadn't really refined the order of things, but yeah, usually it's at the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, Leonard, I know. Leonard for a fact says that. I think maybe the evil one said, or no, the Emasculata outbreak. Evil one maybe.
Yes, so Emasculata does say it does not initiate combat. Evil one as well. And I think that's it.
Okay. So anyway, yeah.
So this card should just be NAs for everything.
Well, it seems to be that it's a question of, because this is a card that an adversary that has all NAs on it. Yeah. So the question of that, and the weaponized honeybee did its job. It sent hosting to the hospital with damage and all that. But it's a question of, did combat occur? And it's kind of like iffy on that because it's all NA. So it sounds like everything got skipped, and it's just more of like, it's almost like those adversaries kind of function almost more as like event cards where they're just coming in and doing their thing, but not initiating any sort of combat. They almost work better as an event
because you would not be able to combat a bee. Like it comes, stings you, and then it flies away.
Doesn't playing an adversary kind of command the subroutine starts?
Not always. When you have certain adversaries like, say, Leonard or something, where
unless the
just discard cards, you know.
I mean, Leonard says this card does not initiate combat, but if it doesn't say that, I would think by playing an adversary that kind of starts the combat subroutine.
You get the list.
Well, when you play an adversary, your opponent has a chance to negate it, and if they, I dropped all my cards. Yeah, and if the investigating player doesn't negate it, then that's when combat starts. So that's a good point, David.
But like you get the list, and it's all NA, and it doesn't say this card does not initiate combat.
Yeah, it doesn't say it. So I guess it comes down to, can I play this card or not? What do you guys think? You never see it. You never see it.
Yeah, I mean, you could play it wouldn't. Yeah, but for future games.
For future games.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, play on a team that has just completed a combat.
Like it does seem like long range and close range has to occur to say that combat has occurred.
Yeah, I almost feel like that's the safer way to go, which is why I kind of want to lean towards that way, because it's like no one can argue that point. Well, I mean, you can argue it, but it's like in the course of like the proceedings of this game, it's like that's the safer route to go, because it out of the two choices being like, combat didn't really occur, so I don't think you should have played that card.
So, sometimes they make the distinction of if an adversary has been defeated or negated. So if you play an adversary and then it's negated, you would not be able to then play deductive reasoning because combat has not occurred.
But I think if the criminal investigation 5 skill check, which they do, then they may ask whether or not the adversary has a keyword of that affiliation, which was it alien for that one?
Yes.
It's not even moot. It's kind of moot because I already know it's not alien. But again, it's just a question of like, should that card should it say this card does not initiate combat?
I think it should. It's just to be safe. Yeah. So it should be. It does not initiate combat, and I think the cost should be cut down to 5.
Okay, fair enough. Take some notes, David, because we got to send that to Dax later.
Notes taken.
Good man. Okay. So yeah, we're going to say deductive reasoning is not applicable because, combat did not occur. And that's our story, and that's what we're sticking with, right?
Yes.
Right.
So
right.
as far as sending Dax suggestions or corrections, we will wait until a few more playtests to send something complete, right? As opposed to maybe sending him the correction for weaponized honeybee and then it coming up again during a later playtest and us thinking, okay, we might need to add this or maybe to change that, and then sending Dax another correction.
I mean, we could do it that way, but then it's a question of, well, if we proceed with those new corrections, and then it's like, this is not a good example of that, but if we don't proceed with those corrections in place, then we don't get a chance to find out if those corrections are actually mechanically sound. But in this example, it's not like, I mean, I don't see any, like, we're talking about cost and adding a sentence at the beginning that just stipulates, not a great example, but I could add, I mean, for his part, I can ask him what he would rather.
Yeah, I mean, I would to have another quarantine zone or 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬 situation where we send him several correction, and I think at some point like he was fed up with those cards,
right? But actually that's a great example that you brought up, because every time we changed the card, then we modified something. Well, I'm sorry, we changed the card, then we played the card in playtesting, then we found something else we needed tweaking, so we had that revised, then we played it again, found something else, and we revised, then, so we had to keep working with the revised card until we found something that worked.
Maybe we can say among ourselves, okay, this weaponized honeybee, now it does cost 5, and no. But maybe we know that when we play test, but then we wait until playtest has been done so that we can send everything to Dax at once. Because even if Dax corrects the card, then that means like you already have your card, so you are not going to be able to have an updated
I could
version.
just print off and put it in a sleeve of the old one.
We will have to print everything as well. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just want to avoid Dax having to change.
I mean, I could ask him. I bet actually he might. If I had to guess, he probably would just be like, wait till everything's done. Everything's said and done. But like I said, like I think we might run the risk of not again. This is not a good example of it, but we might in revising a card, we may create a different mechanical issue with that we won't see unless we try that play test with the revisions in place. So there's some upsides to both of it. Yeah, one, we spare him the trouble of having to constantly revise a card, or something else might slip through the cracks. So I think
going forward, whether we send the correction to Dax or not, going forward for future games, if we use weaponized honeybee, we should consider it cost 5 and not 7. But there is a question of, since this is not our expansion, but we are just playtesting it, it's just like, are you okay with those changes before we think of maybe other changing on that card? So maybe
point of discussion for the larger community who is not present for this particular game. Take a note, David. Need to raise that question later on. How do we want to proceed with those? Because it is a good question, but I think this is one of those things that warrants like Dax's input, Nathan's input, maybe Mike's input if he feels so inclined. The other main players in this. Okay, so where are we? Whose turn is it? Oh, it's me.
Austin has been sent to the hospital.
Yes.
Weaponized honeybee is escorted.
And I still have enough alien investigation between Mulder and Cooliz to continue with this site investigation, unless you got something else.
I don't think which would have been a good time to save Cassidy's token for this particular instance.
Oh gosh, yeah, this would have been the right moment. Yeah.
Yes. But no, I don't
have alien too. So actually, I forgot. Blevins has 1 alien, so even Cassidy then would have still been unable to. Yeah.
So no other. I don't have any other cards to play.
Okay, all right, and this is going to wind up being game because at this point I'm going to be asking Guillaume, by any chance, can
you do 2
sorry, let me just grab a drink
correct
guesses? All right, and so that is going to wind up being game because our investigation of Dead Horse, Alaska has been proven successful, and my team has been awarded either an affiliation or a result question, of which we already know the result, Guillaume. So I'm going to be asking, by any chance, is your X-Files affiliation primordial?
Oh, well, no, it's not.
But it certainly is government. Why? Because Ed, I have narrowed you down to one X-File, and your X-File is Ed Funch, the postal worker.
Hold on. Actually, no, it's not.
What? It's not.
No.
Uh-oh, so I screwed up somewhere?
It's a conspiracy terrorist. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I should have known you were going to use one of the.
No, it is at Punch. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say it's use one of the 4 X-Files, which just coincide with Ed Funch's. Nice. All right. So why don't you want to take a crack at my X-File since you got it down to 5? Let me bring in David for this real quick.
It depends. Do you still want to play a few more rounds?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Let me quickly bring in David for this.
So
since he already knows what it is.
Are we going to play a couple more rounds or no?
Yeah. We'll do one or two more.
Are you F emasculata?
My X-File is not F emasculata. Try again.
Okay. Well, are you Leonard Vance?
My X-File is not Leonard Vance. Try again.
Well, I might as well have asked, what is your affiliation? Okay, well, are you the volcanic spore?
My X-File is not the volcanic spore game.
So
Come on.
So you are alien. Are you the Gregors?
Well, not exactly. My X-File isn't necessarily the Gregors, but it is the Franks.
And I just saw that card on one of the pictures that Dave posted a few days ago.
So yeah, we were both using some janky X-Files for this particular.
So technically, I could not have found what your X-File. I could not have identified your X-File.
No, it had everything that matched the Gregors. So if you said the Gregors, I would have been that would have been
the title as well.
It's exactly the Gregors. So because the whole idea is that he screwed up on the Truth Is Out There edition of the Gregors. So he gave the Franks has all the characteristics.
Yeah, but the title is not the same. So if I had
it's
said,
not the same. But if you said the Gregors, I would that would have been the equivalent of that. So yeah, technically, it was a Kobayashi Maru of X-Files, right, David? A non-winning scenario for him.
Yeah.
So, let me bite into the apple. Anyway, so that is game right there. So, hell of a play test, but let's do another round, shall we? So, debriefs. Get rid of stuff here. Screw it. I'm going to hold on to the cards I have because I want to play them. We're not actually officially. Screw debriefing, Guillaume. Keep your cards. Pass it over to you.
I have 7, so.
Yeah.
Okay, during my 3 cards.
Let's get Guillaume's table back in.
What's that?
Let's get Guillaume's table back. You don't need to see me
David out of here. All right. Do another round real quick. All right. Let's go for it.
Janet Myrez, which is 12. And okay. And I'm going to buy, well, you know what? Let's buy 4 cards.
Yep.
Since it's the last round.
Yeah.
And I still have not made it halfway through my deck, so. Oh, now it's coming up.
Okay, I'm going to sell GPS tracker for 6 and deductive reasoning since we've already ascertained that was not applicable last time. So that's 9. That takes it up to 15. And let's get 5 cards. 5 cards. That takes it down to 10.
Okay, well, no.
Oh, blue plate. I'm just going to do my other blue plate right now, see what happens. Oh, the mailman. Yippee. I got a mailman. Does anyone have a token over there I can use? Oh, Scully's got tokens. All right, carry on.
Okay, so I'm going to roll up them. Well, just for the fun of it, I'm going to play Dr. Nolad for 3. Add 1 to my every time what sciences observation card is played.
Cool.
It would have been useful earlier in the game, but
Definitely.
Okay. So no healing, no requisition for deployment. Everyone stays in the field, and we are going to go investigate the Bethesda Naval Hospital,
which I think needs a state added to it.
I did add MD Maryland, correct?
Yeah, mine doesn't have anything on there. I think Dax is just kind of like against putting the states on some of these, which is why the B Dome doesn't have a state on there either.
Yeah, but we do have to add the states to be able to use those keyword move cards.
Exactly, and I think I mentioned that in the disc, but we'll see what happens. I think he may be adamant about not adding the states to those particular sites. So we'll see what happens.
It's too bad because it would make them unusable for some of those games.
Some of those move cards, which David's travel deck would not include those particular sites because David needs sites that indicate exactly where the incident is taking place. And David is not in his head right now in agreement on that. So anyway, let's carry on.
So I'm using Spiros token to pay for the site, and I'm adding 1 to my pool thanks to Dr. Nolat.
All right, and 2 bluffs on that.
Medical sciences, motive, and result.
Medical sciences, motive, and result.
Okay, I'm sending... I'm sending the whole team to the site.
Sending the whole team to the site. All right, tell us about which skills you're applying.
I'm going to use sciences, and I have 7 sciences.
All right, 7 sciences. And all right, in no particular order, the first bluff is my other nasty surprise. Do you want to negate that with your Langley?
No.
Nah, I didn't think so. But I'm going to add 3 to my conspiracy pool, courtesy of nasty surprise. And the other one, gasp, is that free mailman. I'm going to take a Scully token from you if you don't want to negate that with your Langley.
I don't.
You don't care?
No, you know what? No, just take it.
Just take it? Okay, and because Hosein's hospitalized, so I'll just put it back on.
Yeah, since it's the last one, it doesn't make any difference at this point.
Doesn't make any difference. It was a free one. It was a free one. Okay, let's carry on. So any cards you want to play at this point?
No.
Okay, so I am going to play. I got something I want to play here. Let's do this. Let me make sure I can do. I can do this, right? Yep. I'm going to play Cabal Interference for 5.
All right.
That takes down 13 to 8. Cabal Interference. Keyword move card. Yippee. Play this card to send 1 opposing agent, your choice, to the hospital immediately. The agent may not contribute to any site skill checks this turn. Discard any 1 keyword government adversary from your hand to play this card for 0 cost. And I think I do have 1 keyword government adversary, and I do. It is Joseph Patnick. So I'm going to get that 5 right back into my hand, which is probably a bad idea because he's a keyword result, and that is a keyword result site. So, well, conflict. But this is a FTF card. We want to see this played.
I think that's a good card. That is a good card. I really like the effect.
I like it. I'm a fan. This was a good card. Mike, this was your inspiration on this one. I'm a fan. Good one. So let's send Scully to the hospital. Now, it doesn't say if she has damage, so I'm going to assume this is an injured relative situation.
Yeah, it should maybe say undamaged.
Yeah. Take a note, David. Cabal Interference needs to say whether the agent is damaged or undamaged. I'm assuming it's undamaged, but that word needs to be included. Got it?
Okay, so Scully is gone.
He's going to say, I don't have Cabal Interference on my spreadsheet either. Good Lord. All right, so Cabal Interference works. Give it the thumbs up once you put undamaged on there. I think the cost is appropriate as well. And I love that added stipulation on there. And I like that I had that canvas here in my hand too. That was awesome. All right, so do you have enough sciences to still make it?
I have 4 sciences, and I need 5, but I can use Rankin's second token to add 2.
Evidence and sciences, right?
Yes. So so I now have 6 sciences.
Okay, and so what were the keywords? You have result and what else?
Motive.
Motive, you say. Okay, I do have something for that. It's kind of good I didn't do any discarding I think in the last one because I have all these cards now. Oh, shoot. Oh, I should have played this. Is it too late? Oh, the other government ambulance. I want to... We just sent Scully to the hospital. Darn it.
All right, so what was the what was the text?
I was kind of slow on that, but play on an agent that is about to be moved to the hospital, so too late. I should have played that though. Unless the agent has an escort like Agent Fuller, the agent is taken out of play for 2 full turns. At the beginning of the 3rd turn, the agent is sent to the hospital undamaged.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I didn't play it soon enough, but
it just shows that it still works.
I'd say it works. The agent is sent to the hospital undamaged. So yeah. So anyway, yeah, I didn't play it soon enough, so that's too bad.
So
that was the alternate card that we came up with for Government Ambulance in place of the bluff version of it. But I like this one. I want this one to stay.
I think it makes more sense as an event than as a bluff.
More faithful to the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
and you can tie in the Scully set to it. Because
there are 2 versions of the bluff as well. There is
one. Really? So there's 3 government ambulances? Good lord.
Yeah, I think there is a government. The one that I did include in my deck, the bluff is play on an agent that is about to be moved to the hospital unless the agent has an escort, the agent is taken out of. It's the same effect, but for the bluff.
But as a bluff, I think it
makes more sense
to be an event, right?
Yeah, because I mean you would have to play it you could play it during
play it face up, yeah.
But if you wanted to play it face down, you would have to know that okay, I have an adversary. I'm sure my opponent is not going to be able to negate the adversary. So yeah, it makes more sense. And yeah, the other government ambulance, I think it's one that you have to flip one of your cards from your. I think it
just chooses where to go depending on what the outcome. Which
I think, as you say, it's more faithful to the movie, and it makes some use of Agent Fuller. Otherwise,
but I think it should stay I think it should be an event as opposed to a bluff. I wouldn't use it in my deck if it was a bluff.
No, me neither.
All right, cool. So I gotta use a different recourse on you, and this is not really gonna be a play test. It's not really good for play testing, but it's fun because it's Deadly Blur, Motive. 7 takes it down to 5.
Well, I don't know. In case she's sent to the before we do combat, I'm going to use Hayden's token to look through my deck for any evidence or evidence collection card. I don't know what I'm going to find, but
Yep. Deadly Blur has entered the fray.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, actually.
You got a card that works?
No, I don't have any. I don't have. Oh, yes, I do actually. Yeah, I was. I do. I have a card that works.
Okay. All right. So, ready to go into combat, or do you need to play the card first?
I need to play the card first.
Gotcha. Go for it.
So she allows me to draw any evidence or evidence collection cards. So I'm drawing Grid Pattern Search.
Crap.
And then I'm going to use that on. And I forgot that grid pattern search had evidence collection.
Yeah, that's right. See, that's why you add extra keywords
Yes,
when you
absolutely.
can.
And at first I was like, second aura photography, which would allow me to add to my pool. I was saying at least I will have that to my pool, and it had the keyword evidence. But yeah, grid pattern search, good use of that.
And that means we're gonna get out. Who are we getting out? X? Did you already play X on me?
Yes.
Oh, you did play X on me.
When you get squeeze.
Did you play X on me again?
When you played squeeze.
That's right. All right, but yeah, it's an FTF card, so no big loss there. Okay, I got nothing. So
yeah,
I'm done. My goose is cooked.
So Scully's still in
the yours because the game's over.
Yeah, so it doesn't make any difference. But
yeah.
All
right.
I think that was a really fun playtest.
Yeah, that was good. All right, good stuff. I had the attack alien in my hand, but he's affiliation, so he would have been useless on that. So, yep, that's it.
There are still many cards that I would have liked to play. I did include 2 copies of the one that I really wanted to play was A Step Closer to the Truth, which you put in your bureau, and then when you successfully investigate fight the future sites, you place them underneath A Step Closer to the Truth, and when you have 4 different sites, you get to ask a free characteristic question.
Yeah, so you made a point of including at least 4 sites to do that?
Oh, I had 6 Fight the Future sites in my deck, 2 copies of each.
Yeah, I had 3, I think, but unfortunately, like I really couldn't, like with this team, I could not quite pull off. I couldn't get another site that of the ones that are in there because my team doesn't have like sciences or things like that, medical. So I'm kind of also, and again, I'm kind of hoping maybe I can get Dax to do some revising. I think we should make some of there's a lot of mono sites here for Fight the Future. I think we need some more multi sites available to make that especially for that particular card, to make it more applicable. So they can change some of these mono sites to multi ones. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm all for it. And with this particular, I chose this particular team because I wanted to be able to investigate a lot of Fight the Future sites. But yeah, if you want to play closer to the truth, it might be good to have more multi-sites, because I was afraid that it would be too easy to pull off A Step Closer to the Truth, but then I had 2 copies in my deck and I did not draw any copies. So I think it's useful. You have to be able to draw it at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
And I think maybe what I would like also, it only has the keyword event and resource, and I think adding a few more keywords might be useful. Like, for instance, you could use an agent's game effect like Hedin or someone else to be able to look through your deck for that particular keyword and draw that card at the beginning of the game if you want to.
All right, what keyword do you think should be added to that? A step closer to the truth.
Because like, since it rewards you for investigating sites, so maybe evidence or evidence collection or criminal investigation. I don't know. So evidence might be good.
Evidence might be good. Yeah, I kind of like that. I mean, it's the movie's Alien Investigation, so I could go for that. I could go for that as well.
I think evidence is like, it's a general term. It's not a specific skill check.
Yeah.
It's
all right, so David, take a note. Add a keyword, preferably evidence collection to
just closer to the truth.
Yeah, I think a lot. I think a lot of these cards we should go through them and look at just adding some keywords, not like a bunch, but it's just like, because I think there's a lot of instances where I think we could stand to add some keywords to make them more likely to be paid for, and of course to use some of the agent effects like Hedin to go in and get the cards that we need. So yeah, I'm all for it, because some of the, like the expansion, like the the 1013 expansion, and even Truth Is Out There really didn't give us a great array of keywords. They just kind of, I get that they were kind of like they were in the process of phasing them out, but yeah, I wish we could get more keywords on some of those. Anyway, So let me see here. I don't think we have any qualms with the agent effects that we used tonight, correct?
Right. I just need to really get into my mind how I can use Cassidy's effect. But yeah, I think the effect is good. The mistake was on my part.
Like, I think what would have happened if at this point, like, actually, shoot, I forgot about that. My goose wasn't cooked. I could have used Cassidy's effect at this point to make it so that, because you had Scully in the hospital. So for that, what was that last site?
It was Sciences 5+. So yeah, you could have prevented Spiller from contributing her skills.
Bingo.
Hedin or with Rankin.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I'm just not used to like looking to my agents when I'm the conspiracy player, so that's why I just wind up forgetting about. I wind up forgetting about that, but yeah,
It's almost like she should be a conspiracy agent or something.
she should. Yeah, does she have the keyword neutral? Yeah, she does.
Yes.
Yeah, good. Yep. Yeah, good point for bringing that up, David. But yeah, she's got neutral, so she's covered on that. Evidence of alien virus, as we said. Yeah, we think we can maybe come up with something other than just like a variant of unexplainable time loss.
For that one and for what's the other one?
I haven't found it yet, but
it has subterfuge.
Yes, the one with it's got the men in the white suits.
Biohazard response team.
That's it. So alternate. I would say if we again, it's Mike's set, so it's ultimately his say. But I guess we could ask him if he's open to coming up with some, rather than just doing variation on a theme. If he wouldn't mind coming up with something else. But yeah, I'll see if Dax is open to change. And with changing the sites to like multi sites, that's not something that's going to require additional play testing. I don't think. Just needs you guys to review it. So that's something that can wait till the end.
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing that's going to be groundbreaking, and that way we can use more of the untapped skill combos for the sites. Site skill / question combos for the sites. When we get to that, so it doesn't have to be done now.
Does one of you have that Tunisia site handy?
No, I don't. I don't think I included that one. Guillaume, you included it.
That's a Fight the Future one, right?
Yes, it's science. So what? Yeah, I have it here. It's sciences and method.
Yeah, that's another one that wasn't included in the cards that Dax gave me.
And he sent you the image. He sent you like a file or something.
He sent me I'll have to look at it real quick.
On the PDFs.
Yeah, he sent me PDFs.
Because I think it was on there because it did send me the same PDFs.
I got 7 PDFs. Only one had sites in it, and it was 2 sites: London, England, and quarantine site, North Texas.
Oh, so you don't have like the Bethesda Naval Hospital, the B-Derm, etc.?
Nope.
I
didn't get any adversaries at all.
Oh, that is strange.
Yeah. No adversaries?
None.
Yikers.
That's why that weaponized honeybee caught me off guard.
Well, Guillaume, do you have some some pictures you could send him? And maybe anyone else? Like, we could ask Dax if you wouldn't mind doing it, but alternately, you have them, right?
Yeah, I have my cards, yeah.
All right, one way or the other. One way or the other.
Did he send you files, Guillaume?
The same ones that he sent to all of the other people who wanted to have the playtest card. So he sent us several emails with several PDF files. And yeah, that's where I got my cards from.
Can you forward me all of the emails he sent you?
Yeah, sure.
So against all odds, play on one agent your choice in the hospital. The agent may be returned immediately to the Bureau with any damage fully healed. This card may not be sold for, it says RP, but it should be CP. How do we feel about that card? Otherwise, 5 cost appropriate.
Hold on, I need to have it in front of me. So it's against all odds. Okay. Player one agent your choice, not be immediately the bureau with anything. Well, I think I don't know, because the idea is to use, but to be really useful, you have to play that card immediately after the agent has been sent to the hospital. That way, it kind of negates the effect of the adversary, and the agent can be returned to contribute to the skill check immediately, right?
Play on an agent in the hospital, and it doesn't say, it has no activator that says like healing phase or otherwise. The agent may be returned. Yeah, I think that's.
Oh no, but it does say immediately to the bureau, correct?
You go to the bureau, so
they go to the bureau, so they wouldn't get to contribute to the skill checks. So yeah.
Well, so I think it's too costly.
I mean, like, you look at, okay, so successful diagnosis heals 2, and it costs 2. Medical treatment costs 1, and it heals 1. White Buffalo costs 4, but it can be used to do a damage token or like something else.
Or an effect.
Or an effect, yeah. Yeah, that might be too costly. I mean, yeah, you could play it.
I mean,
the upside is, like, if you have it in your hand, your agent goes to the hospital and you play it that same round, your agent gets sent to the bureau, so you don't lose the res that they would be generating the next time around.
But you did have to pay 5 res in order to get that. So
yeah,
I think if it said
you can't sell it either. So yeah,
I think maybe you could say the agent can be returned immediately to the bureau or to the field, and that way maybe it would justify the cost of 5. Because you would be able to use it immediately during your investigation.
Yeah, because it's kind of undesirable as it is, especially since you can't sell it. So you think having the agent be returned right back to the field, and they'd be able to contribute right where they left off?
It would be worth...
I think it would be worth 5.
Yeah.
Do that. What do you think, David?
I was thinking, I kind of liked it the way it was.
Oh, you like it as it is? Okay. So the agent gets.
I mean, for 5 CP and you can for 5 res and you cannot sell it for CP, I would not include that in my deck.
So, do you think maybe the last stipulation needs to get removed?
Well, I mean, I like that you cannot sell every 5 or 6 res cards for CP, because otherwise it makes the game maybe a little too easy for the conspiracy player to build his resource. But I don't know. I mean, what would be the point of, like, if you play, for instance, like the other cards that you have mentioned, the other cards that fully heal, that heal an agent, like you have 2 from Premier. You also have like Father McHugh that you can play. You can also play Jeremiah Smith from Scully set, and I think he costs 5, and he also heals the agent immediately. And
we also have Alien Bounty Healer.
Yeah, and I think actually maybe Jeremiah Smith might be more useful than Against All Odds, because
because he also have the options of those skill checks, which he's like Alien and Occult or something.
Yeah, so he costs 5 and play to immediately heal all damage done to one agent in the field. If you that way remove Jeremiah Smith from the game, but it means that you can pay 5 and then your agent is fully healed and he still contributes to the skill check. Whereas Against All Odds, your agent cannot contribute to the skill check.
Yeah. So it's in that case, it's too costly. So what would be an appropriate cost for it?
Well, I say so. It's either keep it that way and say to the bureau or to the field, and that way you can keep it at 5, or you can at least drop it to 4.
Okay. Oh, so you said keep it so you get the choice of bureau or field.
Yes, that way you can play it immediately after your an adversary has sent the agent to the hospital. So you play Against All Odds, the agent is fully healed, and he can return to the field and still contribute to the side skill check. So for 5, I think it's appropriate to pay 5 for that. Or
you bring him to the field off his crime lab.
Yeah, well,
Or how? Okay, so in that eventuality, I think maybe we should just have it say like the agent may be returned to any other section of the table. The agent can go to any other section of the table, right?
Or maybe you can say you can redeploy the agent immediately.
Yeah, it redeploy. There you go. I like that. Yeah, redeploy the agent immediately. Yep. I agree that it's like not every card should be sold, but I don't know. Maybe this is just like this isn't the card. To me, I don't think this is the card to be doing that.
No, there is one other card that I feel really strongly about.
Like adding that stipulation?
Yes.
Okay. Which one?
To the vending machine bomb.
Yeah.
Because
I think Mike would. The problem is there's no text space for it.
Well, there is a few kind of. I think the quote is maybe to. I think my biggest issue with that card, I love the card. My biggest issue with it is that it can be attached to an agent like Kresge, and then if Kresge is removed from the game, like it basically doesn't affect your investigation.
I think there's a way we can be more succinct because it says play when your opponent has asked a characteristic question or has asked an identity question of your X-File. We could just say like play when your opponent has asked a question regarding your X-File.
Yes.
We have to spell out characteristic and identity.
No,
so
I think
we could just shorten that.
I think it's clear. But yeah, if I had to choose between, if I had to change something about that card, the main thing would be for me to attach it to an agent who costs at least 3 res.
Oh.
Because otherwise, it's just too, I think, or maybe at least 2. But I think it's just attach it to an agent that has 1 res, especially since, and it makes sense to have the activator field, but it's just like for 6 res, you can just avoid a question, and I don't know.
But you lose an agent that is like a Kresge. So
if it's Kresge, if it's Fuller, if it's 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬, like it doesn't make any difference during your investigation.
Usually not.
If it's an agent that costs at least 3, then you have to think, okay, I'm willing to make this sacrifice, which will impact me during the game, especially if it happens earlier in the game, as opposed to at the end of the game. But it really has an impact. Whereas it's just like, okay, I'm getting rid of Kresge. And to me, it's like, remember when Mike was talking about at first with Matt, he didn't, he would use Kresge on his team specifically to inflict damage on him when they thought that the investigator player chose whose agent was getting damaged. So he said we would use Kresge on our team so that he would get damaged during combat. And yeah, to me, I feel it's too easy to attach it to one.
Yeah, but it does make that one. It does make that Kresge agent kind of more desirable, which he doesn't get. He often gets included in our teams when we're at a situation where we have 19 and we're like crap. You know, he's an afterthought most of the time, except when you're like
filler, right?
Yeah, he's filler. You don't use him because you need him. You use him because like, I got an odd number of RP and I just need something to throw in there. So I don't know. Like I see the appeal in doing it that way. I do agree. We put that stipulation of not being sold for CP. I think that should get added on there.
I think if to me, if there is just, well, if I had the choice between not being sold for CP or not being attached to an agent unless the agent is at least 3 res, I think I would go with the 3 res stipulation. I get the idea behind the card, and I'm not, but it's, I mean, as soon as I saw the card, I was like, that's a great card, but it might be a little too easy without that stipulation.
I'm asking myself as you're saying that, would I do it then? I honestly, the more I think of, I'm like, I just wouldn't use the card. And if I can't sell it for CP, then I'm like, double reason. I'm not ever going to use this card then.
That's 2 reasons not to use it. Yeah.
What if you can sell it for CP, but it only costs 4 or 5 res?
Yeah, because I feel like losing a 3 RP agent is going to be fairly crippling.
Yeah,
to the point that Yeah, to be able to stop one question. I mean, maybe if it was closer to the end of the game that this card came up, and I thought like, okay, I've got Guillaume down to 2. I'm like, the sight in my hand. I'm like, I could probably pull it off without that 3 RP agent. I mean, it feels like it's a bit like it's a bit too situational, in that I would probably be more inclined to not use the card. But
I mean, it's kind of like those Scully cards that you have to inflict damage to your agent in order to add to the side skill check, or you can sacrifice one of your agents but granted the agent is not removed from the game, but you still have to choose to investigate without the agent for maybe 1 or 2 turns. So it's kind of that situation. I don't know, I can hear arguments on both sides, so it's not like,
I think we'll have to like throw that proposal out there, and
I just wanted to be
I have to
considered.
think about it.
Yeah,
I'm not like completely convinced. Like I'm not shut off to the idea of doing that. I think some things would need to get adjusted on there. Like the cost would need to be lowered if I'm going to lose a 3 RP agent, as an example.
Like what I really want to avoid is the card being too powerful, and which is why when you included firefighter Miles, I was okay. Maybe we'll see fire machine bomb being attached, and we'll see if it's powerful or not. It's really something that I want to test. Without the specification, will we be able to pull it off? Like, you do need to draw the card at the right moment, and you do need to pay for it.
There's some merit to this, because like I could see a team where, especially when you start looking at including Scully set agents, and you start including like, you can include Kresge and Kula's, like you could have a pretty large team of like 1 RP agents, or even like the 2 Detective Manners and the Nemhauser, and then it's like, you have a couple of machine bomb or vending machine bombs, and then you're knocking out your opponent. Granted, it's still kind of fun to think like it's a different way of playing the game. I'm not sure.
Could you have 2 1 RP agents, 2 firemen, 2 bombs in your deck, and then you could do that twice? Is that too powerful?
Is that?
You do need to do 12.
My honest answer is I don't know.
So
it feels like I can't say it feel. I don't have a feeling one way or the other until I've seen it done, because I almost kind of want to like cheer on the player who's actually going the distance and doing that. But at the same time, I'm like, oh man, if it becomes like a crutch, but if it became a crutch, I'm like, it'd be a fairly interesting crutch to see. But if it was like being overdone, I might be inclined to say like, yeah, it's too powerful. The cost of 6 is kind of what's kind of keeping it at bay a little bit. But if we're going to sacrifice a 3 RP agent, then that kind of gives it a sense of like, I don't know if I want to use that card now.
Or maybe at least a 2, maybe something that is maybe a little bit significant, like you're taking kind of a chance. So I would not say it has to be attached to a 5, 6, or 7 RP agents like that. That make
no one's going to use that.
Like those 1 RP agents, they don't really contribute to anything. Like it doesn't make a difference if they're there or not. They're usually there to round up the team.
Yeah. Like in the case of like Kaleka, if I was going to use the vending machine bomb on her, I would actually make sure I use her effects first, get the 2 cards, and then I'm like, okay, she's useless now to me. Fuller, I mean, well, granted, with Fuller now, he actually has a place in the if you know your opponent, if you're going to do a fight the future game, I'd be like, maybe I'll put Fuller in here now.
Use the escort,
He's the escort. So
the thing with Fuller is that I think you need to use his effect before the opponent plays the government ambulance. So it's like, do you want to risk send you want both of them to the hospital? Granted, he doesn't res, so it doesn't make any difference if he's in the hospital.
He doesn't generate res, so you might as well just take him. Because if he had res, I'd be like, I'm gonna keep leaving him out there. But that's a good point. You have to anticipate that every time. Because yeah, what else is he gives like a subterfuge and a criminal. I think he's got some combat, but yeah, you can still redeploy him though.
You can
from the hospital. So
if you know that your investigation is done, unless it's a subterfuge skill check, and once your opponent has sent one agent to the hospital, you send Fuller with him, and then your opponent plays another card that requires you to make a subterfuge skill check, and then you can make the skill check because
that one subterfuge makes all the difference suddenly. Well, yeah, them's the breaks right there. Yeah, but
mobile phone.
What's that?
Just need to attach a mobile phone to Fuller. Cell phone.
But you couldn't if he's in the hospital.
It wouldn't work.
No.
Yeah, because he only has one.
Yeah.
No, you need to attach a 2lux video camera. That would work.
That's true.
That would work on any agent, though, not just Fuller. But yeah, in this example, yeah, maybe attached to Fuller for the escort reasons, because if he's going to be going back and forth to the hospital, yeah, that 2lux video camera would actually would work pretty well on him then. So.
But yeah, just my thoughts on fire.
Yeah, gosh, like it is definitely some food for thought. I'm torn.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a tough battle, because I do feel like maybe for Mike at least, this is the card from that expansion, like the most significant card.
Yes.
And I love it. I just want to make sure that it's not overly powerful.
I just don't know until I've actually seen it in action, and unfortunately that didn't happen tonight. I feel like if the card was cheaper, I would say like, yeah, that's too much. But I feel like the 6 RP cost is, I feel like it's just right in that it's like, do I want to spend that much? I feel like my gut tells me the cost is right for what it does as it currently is. But yeah, I would. My reservation is on waiting to see how it plays out. If I do see someone coming in with a team of like a bunch of 1 RP agents, or as Dave Meyer likes to call them, like a bunch of weenies, then I'm like, okay, well, we might be seeing some vending machine bombs in here, which maybe after seeing it a few times, the novelty kind of wears off, and I'm like, all right, I'm in favor of Guillaume's idea right now. But in the meantime, I want to see a vending machine bomb happen at least once.
But if it stays that way, then I feel like maybe adding the cannot be sold for CP part might be.
Yeah, that makes it kind of a rock and a hard place. Do I want to include that? It's like, then I don't know. I could see like adding it. I wouldn't be opposed to it,
because we did include it on the what's the name of the equipment from season 4?
The SWAT tactical gear.
Yes. So I think overall, the fire machine bomb has a more important impact on the game.
Sure.
Good point.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, yeah, and there is a way to be more succinct in the wording for this card to fit. I think we can make that second sentence a little more succinct so that we can maybe fit that in there.
Yeah, because
then
you can
attach it. Also, make sure we're not going to be revising it later on to include add other stipulations. But yeah. So anyway, David, I hope you got a bunch of notes down for that.
I have add text. This card cannot be sold for CP, but I put a question mark next to it because we're still thinking about that.
Yeah.
And review only use on agents 3 RP or higher.
Or 2 RP, but something maybe just to avoid it only being used on 1 RP agents. I don't know.
Yeah. Like David Lewis would agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm kidding. Any other cards? Do we have any questions about?
I have a question about Point Blank. Hold on.
Point Blank, yes, let's do it.
Yeah.
I have
it
somewhere.
The purple card. So does that mean that if I'm the investigating player and I play that card, can I only discard a resource card, or can I also discard the conspiracy cards?
Yeah, I actually, when I was reviewing that, I think the card should be limited to a resource card, because you could like freaking discard an alien bounty hunter or Kiss of the Vampire, and that's 12, right? So,
but it's up to a maximum of 7 damage.
Oh, it does say maximum set. Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, you're right.
In that instance, could you discard Kiss of the Vampire and only inflict 7 additional damage, or can you only discard cards that cost 7 or less?
I remember my eyes got really wide when I read that. It's like 7 damage additional. I mean, that's kind of.
That's a lot. Like, you do need to have a card, especially if you are the conspiracy player. If you can, discard an adversary and add 7 additional damage. Although, granted, you do need to be able to split your damage for it to be really powerful.
Yeah,
Say, if your
the
adversary
ability.
can split, you could wipe out a team.
Yeah.
in one
Yeah,
shot.
I mean, not a lot of adversaries do that though.
But if you have 2 combat cards, this one and another one that allows you to split your damage, granted, you would need to have those 2 cards, but yeah, you could wipe out a whole team.
But if they have both, I mean, I gotta applaud them. I was like, wow,
Yeah,
you got both those 2 combat cards come up right when you needed them.
Yeah.
Awesome,
Yeah.
You deserve it. I don't know, like, part of me wonders if like we should stipulate the cost of the card. I mean, yeah, 7 damage. It does say that there, but I don't know. Part of me feels like it should be.
I think you should really say
limited to just a resource card only, or
it should say maybe resource card if you're the investigating player, and conspiracy card if you are the conspiracy player.
Might get a bit wordy, but it could fit. It could still fit. Does that seem needless though, or does it, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel.
But I think it just needs to be specified somewhere, because maybe someone could argue you cannot discard a conspiracy card if you're the investigating player.
Yeah.
For that, in that instance with the combat cards. So.
Yeah.
You could, would restricting it to just CRC, would that help bounce it out? I mean, it is point blank, right? So it doesn't make sense to use it in long range combat.
When dealing damage in a close range combat round?
Because then at least your team has a chance to knock out the adversary in long range combat before someone can play this.
Well, I guess it depends on what you. I mean, it's like a small gun, but it's not a knife where you have to be really like close to the person. But I don't know. I like the card. I just when I had it in my hand, and when I discarded it, I was like, okay, could I have discarded any card during my turn? But
the way it sounds is like, yes, up to 7. Like, it does seem like any card. But then again, if you're like, oh, you're just gonna discard like a card that just costs 1, well, you're getting what you paid for, really,
But maybe David is right. Maybe 7 damage is too much, because sometimes you have adversaries in our hands, and we know that, okay, like I have an occult adversary. My opponent has Charles Burke on his team, so he will be able to negate him. So I might as well use that adversary for that. But if the adversary costs 6 or 7, maybe that's too much. So maybe it should be limited to, I don't know.
What do you think? 5?
5?
5.
Yeah.
5? I could go with 5. Keep the cost the same. Keep it any combat round, long or close.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah, I think I would say any combat round.
Okay.
5, and maybe try to say, or maybe clearly state who can discard what card during which turn. Like, can anyone discard any card, or do you have to discard only resource card if you're the investigating player? I don't know how to phrase that.
Yeah, that's the part where I'm kind of intimidated about being the one who has to come up with the text to
that's a lot of words.
That. Yeah. I almost feel like it would just be easier if we limit it to just like one type of card. Like it doesn't, regardless of whether you're the conspiracy player or whether
And
you're
since
the investigating player, just pick one.
since it's a purple card, you know that you can, like for instance, purple cards can be paid for from either your resource pool or your conspiracy pool, depending on who you are. So it's a given. So what if you just say discard and you insert the symbol RP or CP card from your hand? So that way it would make clear that you have to do it to discard the CP if you're the conspiracy, or RP card if you're the investigating player. Would that make sense if we included the logo?
That just makes me, the way that reads, it just makes me think you could just discard any card.
Okay, yeah.
If we
what if the cost of the no, I don't know. Maybe the only other option would be if the cost of point blank was X, and so it would be like pay X, and so you would have to pay, I don't know. No, never mind. I mean, is it useful to try to make that specification, or is it useless? Like, what do you guys think?
I don't know. Like we didn't get to see this played tonight.
Maybe see it played once or twice more to get a better feel for it.
Yeah, I mean, 7 damage does seem like a lot. So, but again, it's like you're usually going to be applying it. You're going to be applying it to one combatant, unless they have the ability to split damage.
I think this card is mostly useful for the investigating player, because that way you can add damage and you can kill one adversary in one turn. Whereas if you're the adversary and you're trying to take out a team of agents, as we said, you do need to have another card to allow you to split damage to make it useful. So
maybe take away the purple and make it only for investigating players.
Yeah, I think it's either that or make one for the conspiracy and make one for the investigating player. But I like that you can have combat cards that can be used in both situations, because sometimes it's difficult to decide which cards to include. So combat cards maybe usually are the first ones that people will say, okay, I'm not including that one. And if it's a purple card, then maybe you're more inclined to use it after all.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something. Well, we don't have to decide. Like
no,
but
yeah,
something to keep in mind. Maybe to
we have. Yeah, I think there's. I feel like looking at there's something. I feel like there's something that needs to be revised there.
Yeah,
for sure. I just can't quite. I can't quite reach a.
But the overall effect, I love the overall effect.
What's that?
I love the overall effect. I love it.
Yes, I think the effect is sound. I think we just maybe need to, specify a few more things for that. Yeah, there's something. I feel like there's something to be adjusted. Oh, who did I remove? Oh, I'm gonna keep.
Oh, that's me. Oh, that's fine. My table is just like.
Yep. I just took mine out because the battery was gonna be dying. Okay. Do we have any other cards we want to talk about, gentlemen?
Well, I had one question, but it's more general and not about this expansion. But when we talked about healing cards during combat and when to play certain combat cards, so as long as the adversary is in play, you can only play combat cards, correct?
As long as, sorry, say that again.
Like, as long as the adversary has not been negated, can you only play combat cards?
When the combat subroutine begins, that's when you're only playing combat cards. So the first time you would get to play a combat card would be the long range combat round, unless you're playing squeeze. So when the investigating player agrees that, okay, I don't have any way to negate that adversary, then combat subroutine takes place.
Okay.
And we go into long range.
Yes.
We assess the long range on both sides. Then combat cards are played. Then damage is assigned. And then if you have to take an agent out of play at that point because an agent's lost all their health or whatever, then you have to do that. Then you go to close range.
So in between, after long range and before close range, can you still only play combat cards, or is it okay to play events or even witnesses at that point? Like for instance,
no, unless the event says, because I think there's actually like maybe one event card or something that like says like you play this card during combat, and I'm like, what the heck? An event card that you can play during combat? I think it might be in the Scully set or something.
For instance, you get Melissa Scully, and it says, play this card when Agent Scully is damaged in combat. Dana Scully takes no damage, and Melissa Scully is damaged instead. So in that instance, you would have to play during combat.
Yeah, so I guess if the game effects allows for it, then sure. But generally speaking, I think no. Like you can't just play like any card.
So you would not be able to play Father McHugh, for instance. It says play on any one agent in the field or hospital. So an agent heals immediately 2 tokens of damage. So you would not be able to play Father McHugh immediately. You will have to wait until the agent has been sent to the hospital, correct?
Yeah, the agent would have to. Yeah, like Father McHugh, the idea I can tell you what I had for Father McHugh is that, like, for instance, Hosteen took 2 damage earlier in this game, but he was still out in the field. So that would be like a Father McHugh situation right there. That was the intent I had for that card. But because I think this also kind of came up with like White Buffalo. Because I thought well, you hurt my agent during combat, but can I play White Buffalo right now? Ooh, we came to an agreement that no, you could not play White Buffalo at that point. To keep him from going to the hospital.
I think Melissa Scully is the one that was throwing me off because in my mind,
that's right.
But you could still play her, so
yeah. So I think generally speaking, no. But then I guess there's going to be some exceptions to the rule, and as the rule has been, is that the card effect trumps the card effect trumps the rules. When that comes up,
so it does have
that's my short answer for that.
So it does have to specifically say so on the card that you can play during combat.
Or to indicate that yes, this card can be played during combat. It has to say that, I think, somewhere in the game effect, in order for it to be playable at that point. So.
Like for instance, for the card Scully Run, play this card when an adversary card has been played on a team, which includes Agent Dana Scully. Prior to combat starting, move Scully to the draw immediately. Okay, so you play the adversary, I say, okay, I cannot negate it. We go to combat, but before going to combat, I play Scully Run to save Scully. Right, okay. Well, I think that has been a really fruitful playtest.
Yes. So, David, any plans to do a playtest on Studio Squim in the upcoming future?
Well, yeah, I'm gonna maybe throw a document together and just get everyone's availability and match them up. And I kind of volunteered to make a schedule. And now that we've got more than just the 4 of us, you guys and Nate. We've got a bigger pool of players. So
I believe I asked someone to send Stafford the PDF file. I don't have it.
Who's Stafford?
Hyper-G.
Oh, okay.
Because he wanted to take part in it too. Because he's over there in on the other side of the pond with Guillaume, so it's like he can schedule games with either Yost or Frank, if Frank is still
Alistair as well.
Alistair, yep. So I think making sure some of those guys over there have the PDFs available to them can make it so that they can take part in the playtesting as well, which would be great because the sooner we get these playtests done, then we can start working out some of the problems with the cards. Yeah,
sooner
I just
we can
want
get to season 5.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, season 5 is still a little ways away, but yes, but to that point, yeah, we get to wrapping up season or the movie expansion, then we can, then soon concentrate our efforts on getting season 5 out of the way. Yep, we'll agree on that. Should we call it quits, gentlemen?
Yes, I think we've covered everything.
I want to throw something out while I was.
Yeah, go for it, David. This is the time.
While I was typing up all these cards, we've talked about this one earlier too, and I know I'm going to get some eye rolls here, but a step closer to the truth.
No, not that. I'm just kidding. What's wrong with that card?
Just cut my camera out if I start getting obnoxious. But in Discord, I saw that it was added specifically to encourage people to use Fight the Future cards.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Yeah, and that was kind of my getting to my.
I see where you're going with this.
You see where I'm going with this when I wanted to use my witness on a very specific site in my personal expansion. The museum curator guy wanted him to be able to keep the museum specifically in play for two tokens or 2 rounds or however that ended up going, and that was my idea behind that. And then in Fight the Future, I saw the same opportunity with the barmaid.
Mm-hmm.
And barmaid is a witness, and then there's Casey's Bar where the barmaid works. So I thought that was another great opportunity to use that same thing with the specific effect of add this witness to add the barmaid to Casey's Bar and put 2 tokens on it, and it can stay in play. So the witness is clearly tied to that site in the episode. So it made sense that we could use that same effect in other expansions rather than making it a general thing that can be used in any expansion to encourage people to use cards from that specific expansion.
I thought the issue with it was, or maybe I'm confusing it, one is like keeping the site in play across multiple rounds or something. Am I getting them confused?
No, that's the effect, is that when you attach that witness to the site, you put 2 tokens on it, and then the next play you would take a token. I think we agreed that tokens were a little too cumbersome to do that, and we wanted to reduce it to just one additional turn.
Yeah. What about making that, instead of making it a witness, could it be an event?
I don't know. How would that change anything?
I mean, because maybe it's just like it. Maybe the idea of the card of a witness being able to do that just seems a bit too far out in left field for a witness effect. Granted, there's not like all the witness cards are. I'm just wondering, like.
I think I like
that. Go ahead.
What seems stranger to me is, like, for instance, as useful as it is, like Langley as an event, like it should be a witness. He's a person, not a thing that happens. So I think sometimes, when it's just characters, it seems more appropriate to be a witness rather than an event. Like if it was Langley intervenes, for instance, then okay, it's an event, something happens. But if it's just Langley, it's a witness. So, but I think not the issue, but the thing I had about the witness being restricted to a specific site, it was just because I feared that the witness would be less useful. I love the effect. It's just like I want to be sure that I can use the effect. And if I think tonight showed that even if you include 2 copies of a site or of a specific card in your deck, sometimes it doesn't even come up. So I'm like, if I want to play that witness with that specific site, I do need to draw the site and the witness at the right moment. And it's granted, you could use manners or other effects to get you that, but it might be, I don't know, I like that a witness has a specific effect and a more general effect. Like, I agree with you that, for instance, for 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬, I think what she does is something to do with bureaucracy, which to me doesn't make sense. But let's say she can contribute to +2 bureaucracy, and so you can use her on any side during an investigation, and then you had something that says if she's used to investigate 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬, then she provides something extra, or
as an auxiliary effect. Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted.
It's more like something general that you can use, and then something specific that you could use in addition to or instead of. But I like to have those 2 effects on the card rather than having just something that is really specific
exclusively for that purpose.
Yeah, that's my only issue.
Doesn't the witness add to a skill check?
That's what my witness did, was add 1 to computer or 1 to occult, and or attach it to that site. So it wasn't like a card so specific that it had like very little use.
Is because I really loved the effect, and I was like, I want you to be able to use that effect on other sites and not just that one. But I think it may be just because you created an effect that I felt was so good that I wanted to include it more generally, as opposed to be restricted to.
But kind of what I'm going for is the novelty of the museum curator goes with the museum, and the barmaid goes with the bar, kind of thing. And rather than a generic card that applies to everything, that's something we can include in each expansion that's unique to that one. When there's the same situation, a witness that's in a specific site.
I think maybe cost might be the issue in that instance, because it's like, do I want to use a witness that can be used on any site, or do I want to include a witness that is more powerful but can only be used on one site? And what is the cost of that? Should a more general witness be more costly, or should the specific witness with a powerful effect be more costly? I don't know. Just since it's a new mechanic, it's not something that has been introduced in the game before, and I'm all for new things, and I'm not opposed to the idea at all. But it's just like, you could argue, like, for instance, other witnesses from like Billy Miles could only be used on West Coast Oregon. So it's not the way it is currently in the game, but it's just, I really think we need to find the right balance. And again, I'm really not opposed to the idea, because I love cards being able to work together from the same episode or from the same location. I think
it's nice when they happen. But it's when they occur, it's oftentimes it's more happenstance than it is like, because the card itself is limited to only that one side occurring.
So, like, for instance, you mentioned the a step closer to the truth, and granted, it is limited to fight the future sites, but there are 7 or 8 sites, so that expands the possibility a little bit more.
Whereas, especially when you conclude you can't, like, you'd be hard pressed to be able to use all of the sites because of the various skills. But granted, if we make them multi-sites, like I'm thinking now, then you have more chance, and you include 2 copies of the ones you can use. Sure, that's more, that step closer to the truth is more feasible. So I'm going to campaign, if you haven't made a note of it, David, change some of the site, change some of those mono sites to multi. That needs to be a note for later on, so that, yes, the reason step closer to the truth can be easier to implement.
For instance, going back to your idea of the witnesses that from your expansion, maybe my idea would have been like, you can use that effect that you attach them to a site and the site remains in effect. So it's 2 keywords, like, for instance, behavioral and observation sites. And in addition, if the witness is attached to this specific site, then something extra happens. as opposed to +1 bureaucracy and then this really great effect for that specific site. But it might be too powerful. I don't know, but the effect is so interesting that I would hate for it to be limited. Or maybe it could be just one keyword instead of 2 keywords, like only behavioral instead of behavioral and observation. I don't know,
maybe. Yeah, so maybe that's some food for thought, David. Can the witness be attached to like a site with a particular prerequisite, whether it be cult investigation or computer, in the event this witness can be played for free if played at this particular site? The cost of this witness is free if played at the museum.
Yeah,
you're not completely sold on it, David. I see that.
Well, and I admit I'm kind of going for the novelty of it, of having the witness keep the site that they're related to in there. So it's not. But I do like the game effect. I think it's great. It would be great if it was more general and could be used throughout the game, throughout all the expansions. But I just kind of am hung up on the novelty. And when I saw the barmaid and Casey's bar, and they automatically kind of went together in my mind, it's like, well, the barmaid should maybe have something that adds it if you play it on that particular site.
I agree. Again, I would probably just say like the cost of this witness is free if played at Casey's bar. Would probably be unless we come up with something more interesting. But I would say like add a secondary stipulation to that card if you want to make a note for the barmaid. But otherwise, I would say like cost of this witness is.
Yeah, because Casey's bar is observation, and currently, what does she contribute to?
Are you serious? Oh gosh, yeah.
Is that alien investigation of bureaucracy, and the site is observation. So we do need to maybe observation and bureaucracy or change.
So wait, doesn't she add to 2 possible skills? Bureaucracy and what else?
No, she has
or alien investigation.
Alien investigation of bureaucracy.
She adds to alien, 1 to alien and 1 to bureaucracy. Yeah,
I guess
we need to do that. That's got to get fixed.
I guess she's working at the bar. She has to watch her.
Observation makes way more
and
sense.
Bureaucracy, I guess a lot of bureaucracy type go to the bar, so she hears things. Maybe you can say that, but and an investigation. I'm not sure. I'm not sold on that.
Yeah, it's just because Mulder was talking aliens with her at that point. Sometimes it's just a very you got to figure she's observation, and what would be the other skill?
Well,
what
bureaucracy
best skill.
Well,
she knows how to work a cash register, so computer.
But behavioral would be like she hears her client talk, like she listens to Mulder talk. But granted, she just disregards what he's saying. But maybe
she can tell when people are have had a little too much to drink based on certain behavioral ticks. So all right. Yeah, we can change it to observation and behavioral, although I'll have to check the spreadsheet to see, because I feel like has that been done already?
I wouldn't be unable to tell. But
I think like Washington, D.C. For 𝐗-𝐅i𝐥e𝐬, that's behavioral and observation. But I could I could go with the other site question or the question types for that one to make it work. I can make it work.
I think whatever we end up on, I think she should match at least one of the prerequisites on.
David, make a note. The barmaid has to match Casey's bar. It's got to happen. I should probably look at. I don't know if there's any other witnesses in Fight the Future for which that could be an issue. I don't think so. Braunschweig is in there, but I think his skills are appropriate because it's like alien and medical or something. Or no, I think it's alien or sciences.
Who? Braunschweig.
What's his first name? Oh, here.
Dr. Ben Braunschweig.
Yeah, sciences or alien investigation.
That fits.
And then you get Kurzweil, alien investigation and bureaucracy. So that fits.
Kurzweil, yeah.
Yeah.
So those work?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
And,
so the
and
medical technician is just
I do
weird,
have,
but yeah.
I do have Buzz Miho. I never know how to pronounce that. As a
We're leaning toward. I think we're leaning towards Buzz Miho, the event.
Yeah,
I'm leaning towards him as the event.
Yeah, I agree.
So yeah, I don't think he needs to be a witness.
Barmaid match.
But I think that's it for the witnesses. Chris and Cody, we saw them tonight. They work.
But the thing is, we have Cody and Chris, and we also have Texas Trio, and I think one of the two has to go because it's basically from the same.
What? I'm sorry.
There is also that one called like you have Texas Trio.
I didn't get that. That one wasn't included in mine, so that maybe that one's been removed. I don't know.
It was in the PDF.
It
I
was
had it in my PDF. Yeah.
So and this one
is track of these.
add 3 to anyone's team: alien investigation, observation, or subterfuge skill check.
Okay, so I guess the question needs to be asked: which of these is getting included? I don't think both of them are getting included. No. I don't think so. Like I said, I only got the one.
I think it wouldn't make sense to have Chris and Cody and then the Texas Trio.
It's one or the other. Pick one. Pick one. Yeah, for real. Yeah. I don't know. I don't even. Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. It's like when the one I got, I was like, oh, I think there was maybe a point where he only had when he may have said, oh, I'm going to go with only the 2. But yeah, I don't remember. That was a while ago.
I like Cody and Chris better than the Texas Trio.
I do too. It's
kind of a Kevin Morris, but with completely different keywords that aren't out there very much.
Yeah, we need to get this list nailed down a little bit more because
I think the only question is, do we want to keep the cost matches cards like Kevin Morris, etc. 3RP, but how often do question or negate keywords come up during the game? So
negate comes up.
I had Erlenmeyer Flask in my hand. I was just waiting for a moment to throw it down because I had the keyword negate. Why the alien discretion does not have the keyword? I get it. It's not negating because the card hasn't been played yet, so I see that. But yeah, it's like, damn, alien discretion. Why didn't you have the keyword negate when I really needed it? And of course, I did have the and this is also the reason why I included deductive reasoning because it did have the question keyword on there. So yeah, I had cards in my hand, or I'm sorry, in my hand and in my deck that were going to, I'm just hoping I was going to get that card. I mean, there was a lot of negate cards. There are a lot of negate cards. Frohickey, Langley. Yeah, there's no question of there's enough negate cards. Question cards, on the other hand, not as many, but damn, do we see a lot of Deep Throat getting played.
Not considered. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, my question was, should the cost of that card be lowered if there are not as many keyword negate or question cards?
With as many expansions as we're going to eventually do, I figure that might balance itself out.
Yeah, that's true.
But, yeah. And heck, we're going to have more keywords as we go along, so we might have to have more witness resource cards for those other ones.
Which is good. Sometimes
David's like, oh, I love the sound of that. Not so much.
There were a couple cards in here that I wondered why they don't have the negate.
Like which ones?
Like alien virus vaccine. Discard the alien virus vaccine to negate.
I don't think equipment cards have the keyword negate. Let me check Queequeg. Yeah, Queequeg doesn't have negate on him, so I think that was the reason. I think Dax did include negate, but I told him not to because it was like, well, if Queequeg doesn't have negate, then I don't think. And then. Isn't there another negate equipment card?
Well, doesn't the alien stiletto kind of negate the? Well,
yeah, that's the other one. Yeah, and it doesn't have negate either. So yeah,
it makes me think should we have a card that adds to your pool every time a special or standard card is played?
There you go. But granted, equipment cards don't come up very often,
No.
unfortunately.
They should.
They should, but in this case tonight, they came up, but our agents just weren't in the right point.
Yeah, for once, because usually they come up when the agents are in the field and the activator is bureau, and this one time.
So frustrating.
Yeah.
The one time, yeah, that was weird. It's like any other time, any other game I'm playing, that would have been great, but not this time. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think there is a reasonable point where you have to be like, do you really want to even have a witness resource that adds 2 for those keywords? I thought question and negate were fairly reasonable, especially because there are a lot of negate cards again. Question, yeah, mainly I was like, well, it's like, yeah, you got cards like Deep Throat and counterintelligence measures, and there definitely aren't as many keyword question cards. There's no question about that. Haha. See what I did there?
But would that encourage designers to use that more often?
We could
if that card was out there.
Yeah, a lot of times those keyword question cards tend to be like, well, like Deep Throat type cards, and I'm like, I don't really want to see not every card needs to be like, an earth-shattering, game-changing card. Sometimes they don't need to be, but a lot of times the ones that have the keyword question, they are. Seems like it anyway. But yeah, so in that sense, it's like I'm glad that the question cards are decidedly few, but we'd have to look actually, because now we've got Scully set. I think the Scully set might have maybe one keyword question card in there. I don't know if I had any keyword questions in the season 4 set. Anyone tell me if I'm wrong on that?
Well, you are the best qualified person.
I know, but even I'm drawing a blank on that at this late hour. I don't think I did.
Well, we can hold on. We can use Yost's website to.
Yes, we could. Let's find out. Did I include any keyword question cards in season 4? My gut is telling me no.
No.
And also, while you're filtering out just keyword.
No, you did. Yes, you did. Actually, advice from a loser.
Advice from a loser. Yes.
Matches Chester Bonaparte.
Yeah, message from the stars.
You get Deep Throat, reporters at the crime scene, which we never use, obviously. Hidden transmitter, message from the star, blackmail, which you like to use.
I had that one in my deck tonight.
Yeah.
It didn't come up because I had some bureaucracy guys.
Yeah. And deductive reasoning.
Deductive reasoning, which came up today, but we don't see that very often. The one time deductive reasoning finally comes up, and it didn't prove useful.
Well, and Chester Bonaparte.
But again, it's kind of one of those things where you design your deck, you include those witness resources that are going to be applicable to your deck. So if you're intent on including, like I said, with Chris and Cody, the reason I included deductive reasoning, it's like, I was planning on hopefully that card coming up. But yeah, you can't always hope for that to happen. But when it does, yeah, it's great. But anyway, but yeah, there's certain witness resource RP generating ones I would not do for like.
Would you
criminal?
do one?
I wouldn't do one for just criminal because. Sorry, what was your question again?
Would you do one for a keyword resource cards?
Oh, a resource card for every time a keyword resource card. That's very. It feels very meta.
It's very vicious circle there.
Do I get one for playing that card at that point?
No.
Was it reduced by 1 now because I played a witness that would? Yeah. No, I wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, I mean, I guess it could be done.
Yeah.
We do play a lot. I mean,
well, this game is different,
but
sometimes you play a lot of resource cards, so.
Yeah, mostly Friend in the FBI and Rejuvenating Caves.
Yeah.
No, it would. I mean, maybe. Not sure what I would couple that one with, but I'm sure we could find another keyword that doesn't get.
Well,
Phenomena has not. There's a few Phenomena cards in there.
But we also have, like in season 5, we got the keyword expenditure. right?
Yes.
Could
But I
be.
would say like most of the, because there's like an expenditure card with each skill, you're likely only going to have like one or well, two copies of it, you know, perhaps. I mean, granted, you could have like if you have like a couple big, like if your team is good in a couple of skills, you could potentially go. Yeah, no, I take it back. You could have more, and then I think there's a keyword card that expenditure card that allows you to go and get an expenditure card if you want. So I don't know, maybe.
Yeah, but
I may
also,
not necessarily
because
be including
we
that.
still
But
have
if I'm
many
like,
possibilities.
Kevin Morris, I'd rather just use you. Sorry, what were you saying, Guillaume?
Oh yeah, it just shows that we still have many possibilities for cards and for resource witnesses and so forth. So, and I like that playtesting gives us, this expansion gives us other ideas for future cards for other expansions, which is always good.
Indeed, it does. And last but not least, before I really do want to wrap it up, guys, because I'm getting late. Does anyone have an idea for the TBD titled cards? I was spending a little bit of time today trying to come up with a title for the one with the combat card with the cavemen on it.
After seeing these cards, I feel like I need to go just watch the movie to get the feel for these, but then I don't think I'm far enough in my binge watching.
Combat cards. It's just that combat cards are very tricky to title because of the nature of, you know, they're usually it's an action, a verb that is applied to the titles of most of them. If not, I mean, there's some like massive internal damage, which is more, it's not a verb, but you know what I mean. There's the majority of the combat cards are like an action verb that is taking place in the course of battle. So that's the tricky thing with that one. And the other one too that I know Dax just wants to use the image because of the flamethrower thing.
Like, I mean, we could just say prehistoric caveman and that's it.
What's that?
We could just say maybe prehistoric caveman
for a combat card.
Well, we do have. Yeah, it's true that we do have.
I was thinking of like jab and slash because like he has the bone knife and then the alien has the claws. But yeah, that was me trying to come up with.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I was trying to come up with some titles for that.
I do have.
We've already got rending claw. What about like slashing claw? That was me today when I was sitting there in between helping people at work. I was like, can I come up with a title for that one? But I couldn't.
I do have to say that for season 6 and 7 cards, for instance, I did not always include. Well, I did sometimes change the format of the title. Like it's not always like disarm or block and attack, for instance. So, well, okay. And where are you on your rewatch, David?
I'm still in season 1. Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Season 1, episode what? 3?
I don't think Madeline's still awake. She's probably asleep, but I believe she's on Emasculata right now for her first watch. So
this is the first time that she's watching the show?
Yep.
So watching you play and watching the cards gave her. So how does she like it so far?
What, the game or the show?
The show.
The show. I would rather her be here to answer these questions for. She usually gives me a rating of each episode after watching it. By and large, her ratings would jive with more or less my own, and I believe your own, and I think like generally fans. Like, yeah, space sucks, and actually no, I think she was actually okay with. She didn't tear space apart as much as most others do. There's very few instances in which I was surprised by her rating when I was like, what? Actually, it was more like, what? You didn't give Ice a 10 or Beyond the Sea a 10? I was like, those are 10s right there. She gave Erlenmeyer Flask a 10. I think that was the first episode of the series that she gave a 10 to. And I'm like, because out of season 1, Erlenmeyer Flask, I was like, Yep, that one was my favorite of season 1.
I was a little disappointed with Ice, and I remember that being one of my favorite.
Which one?
Ice with the worms.
Really? Okay, most people are very happy when they watch that episode.
Well, I liked it, but I was.
Was it better
It
in your
didn't go
mind?
like I expected. Like, what's that?
Was it better when you
What'd you say,
remembered
Guillaume?
it? When you remembered it, was it better in your mind?
It was better in my mind because when they were at the very beginning, when like say I can't remember his name, but the guy that was listening to the football highlights.
Murphy?
Sure.
Murphy?
He was kind of a nerdy guy, and he was listening on his headphones to a football game from like 10 years prior. And and he was like one of the first ones to get killed. And what I really expected was this guy is kind of a goofball, a bit of a nerd. He's listening to these football games from like a decade ago. I expected that to be like he would be the one like you would least expect to turn violent, but you had a little foreshadowing because he's listening to football games that are inherently violent, right? So like that was like an underlying trait that never came out until the worm kind of activated it in him. So I kind of expected him to be the guy because he was unexpected. He was unassuming, just kind of out there, kind of a goofball, but he liked listening to this violent game and would listen to them over and over again. So I kind of expected him to be the one, not the lady who was barely even in it, which they're like, oh, what a twist, but I would, I was
defied your expectations. Is that not a good thing?
It subverted my expectations, sure.
Yeah.
But character-wise, I kind of expected them to play that a little bit more than just, try this M. Night Shyamalan twist thing where it's the woman and she was cool and we only saw her for like 5 minutes,
I think it's funny, like when we've watched, speaking for me, I've watched these episodes and the show for so long and for so many times that it's difficult to take a step back and say, okay, is it because I'm such a fan of the show that I cannot see if it's actually good, does it really make sense? And it's good to have someone like Madeline or like you, David, who hasn't watched the show in a long time and kind of watching it with fresh eyes and being maybe more impartial than we are. Like, for instance, there are some episodes like I can say, okay, I know that maybe this does not make sense or something, but I love this episode so much that overall I can forgive it. And someone who watches it with fresher eyes will not be as forgiving as I am. So it's like, for instance, as you said, like Ice, it's a no-brainer for me. Like it's one of the best from season 1. And so it's interesting to hear you say, okay, it's good, but here's my take on it. And I had never considered that because I'm so used to it being Da Silva and being shocked the first time that I watched it that I still find it effective. And I did not consider would it have been best if it had been Murphy, who we maybe sympathize with more. I don't know.
He was more of a sympathetic character in my mind.
Which is why it would have been more of an interesting thing to have him be the one in the end.
do want to see a darker time, like an alternate timeline where he is the one who's infected. That would be kind of cool. Yeah. Because I don't think we even really kind of like John Carpenter's The Thing. Have you guys not seen John Carpenter's The Thing?
No, not yet.
Oh my God, it's Ice.
Yeah,
like the whole Ice is based on that movie.
Like I think knowing that and reading that since I watched the show 30 years ago, like I'm like maybe I know too much about the plot of that movie, so it makes me less inclined to watch it.
Yeah. I mean, it's different, obviously, like in the way that the alien takes over, obviously, but yeah, no, you got to watch The Thing. It is such a great. It's like one of those perfect horror movies. It really it really is a flawless one. And there's a question of like, oh, when did Nancy become infected in Ice? We don't know.
I think it's at some point they just say, well, you've studied the blood samples, so I think it's inferred that she got infected during that time. It's like because they try to point us in the direction of 𝐗 because he's really aggressive. And at some point, I think maybe 𝐗 says to the Silva, or someone says to her, well, you've been studying the blood sample, so you might have been infected as well. But it's just like a throwaway line that I think they don't spend too much time on it because they don't want us to think that she could be infected. But
yeah, because even when 𝐗 is writing down the list of like everyone and how they might be infected, her name is not on there. So no, it's a shame we didn't ask Madeline before she went to sleep. But yeah, like I said, I don't think there were any surprises. She wasn't as impressed with Colony and Endgame as I would have expected.
But you know what? When I rewatched them, I did not enjoy them as much as I thought, because to me it was like the first big mythology two-parter episode. Well, after Dwayne, but it's like really with the bounty hunter, etc. The mythology really, and it did not like. I feel like the impact of Samantha or a clone, but coming back, and you get the scene where she comes back and she's with Mr. and Mrs. Mulder, and like it seems, I don't know, would they really have reacted that way in that situation? Like, it seems like not really that big of a deal that she's supposed to be coming back after all those years. And then when she's done, we don't really ever see the reaction of Mrs. Mulder or Mrs. Like, to me, that's the fault of the show. Those characters should have been more developed.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Actually, and I think she might have made a point about how like the family just kind of seemed like out of left field coming up at that point. I was like, actually, that's a fair point. Now that you mention it, yeah, because they hadn't been previously established. Like Scully's family got introduced in like standalone episodes,
and it's funny considering Mulder's family is so important to the overall arc of the show, and we don't see them until season 2, and they are really not used as much as they should have been. Like, even Mrs. Mulder, you see her throughout the show, but it goes from long stretches of time where you don't even see her. And then when she finally, like, okay, not spoiling it for David, but
oh yeah, I was like, forget it, he's only on season 1.
At some point, it's like, okay, we should have seen her again sooner than that particular season. But
yeah, because it's like her. Oh god, no, I'm not going to say it because
we'll discuss that.
Forget it. I'll make this point later on.
Yeah. You do need
to now. Watch the show, David.
Watch the show.
Yeah, I need to catch up. I have no excuses.
All right, so outro time because I need to go to bed. All right, so that wraps up this playtest for the Fight the Future expansion. Guillaume, I want to thank you for a great game. It was a lot of fun. We got to see some really interesting cards getting played. And David, of course, I want to thank you for serving as our judge, as our scribe, and observer. And I appreciate you spending so much time backstage and keeping an eye on things, making sure the game went smoothly. Thank you, gentlemen. I thank you both for that.
Thank you for hosting. It was a good game.
All right, and I do hope to see some more playtests coming up in the future. Again, all of you who are in the Discord community who have the PDF cards that Dax sent out, start playtesting. Let's start figuring out how we can make these cards better so we can have another serviceable expansion to bring to the masses. And of course, if you like this video, please hit that subscribe button and give it a like and give us some comments and give us some feedback that we can use that would help us in future episodes and future games. And please make sure to subscribe to Studio Squim. Mr. David Peace, he does some great episodes, and he's got some. He doesn't just focus on X-Files CCG. So if you're into tabletop games, you should check out his channel because he's got other games that he's exploring, including Star Trek CCG, right, David?
Not the CCG, but Star Trek the card game. It preceded the CCG from Decipher, so it's a hidden gem in my opinion. It's one that it's a great play. It's got some innovative stuff in it, which is kind of fun.
And don't forget about 24, the game, right?
24, yeah. That's actually, I did a box opening. I haven't even played a game of it yet. I did a box opening, and that's gotten more views than some of my X-Files games. So that's
fancy. That
there's people out there that are hungry for that game. I got
including your dog.
Yeah.
He's pretty excited. I got Battlestar Galactica coming up too, and a couple others. So thanks for the shout out. Yeah, definitely check it out. And I think we might actually have some coyotes in our backyard here. So
or maybe they just saw cholera on the camera and they're like, "What? I see a cat."
No, I've been hearing them howling the last couple nights. I leave my window open, and you can hear them coming down because it's winter, so they're coming down here looking for food. So
winter is coming.
Got to be careful out there these days. So he might be seeing something.
All right, gentlemen. All right, that wraps it up for us. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and please be sure to tune in next time for another edition of Alien Investigations.